Chapter 779. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, He Lang Zi was like a pile of meat paste lying at the center of the pit. He struggled, trying to get up, but his body felt like it was being pressed down by a formless mountain. He could not move at all. He Lang Zi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was distorted as he screamed. Qin Bai Sheng's hands were hanging down. He stood at the edge of the pit, expressionlessly, looking at the struggling He Lang Zi. One move, just one move, and He Lang Zi could not retaliate. Shui Songzi's eyes were filled with shock. He Chung squinted, concealing the intense emotions in his heart as he thought, rapidly, what immortal killer move is this? With just one use, He Lang Zi could not even use a single killer move. He Lang Zi could not move, but he showed no signs of being pressured. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiangyu, she was not surprised at all. As for the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal, his entire face was covered in a hood, his expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, make me use my killer move. Attacking me first, what kind of skill is that? I am not convinced. He Lang Zi gritted his teeth. He laid in the pit, looking up at Qin Bai Sheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Bai Sheng snorted in disdain, looking down at He Lang Zi as his lips curled up. Attacking first is the advantage. As a demonic path Gu immortal, you don't understand this? It seems that I overestimated you. True. Length. Wind. In a battle of literature, who cares if you are convinced or not? As long as you win, it is skill. Saying so, Qin Bai Sheng paused. His tone was cold as ice. Right now, I am the knife, you are the meat. You are at my mercy. You have to submit to me, whether you want to or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to submit to me. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. He Lang Zi did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Bai Sheng laughed heartily, releasing the restriction. He Lang Zi felt his body relax. He laughed sinisterly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing light burst out. The light came and went quickly. It dissipated quickly. A ferocious giant wolf appeared in the huge pit. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and immediately pounced towards Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng stood at the edge of the pit, his tiny figure in stark contrast to the giant wolf. The giant wolf's attack had yet to arrive. It had already set off a huge gust of wind. The intense winds caused the Gu immortal's robes to flutter loudly. He Lang Zi transformed into a giant wolf and attacked furiously. His aura was vast and mighty. Shui Songzi and He Chung quickly retreated to avoid being implicated. Qin Bai Sheng's position was the closest, seeing the giant wolf charging towards him. However, he did not move at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that He Lang Zi's attack did not surprise him. Boom! Another loud boom resounded in everyone's ears. The giant wolf whimpered and suddenly fell from the sky. Its 4 paws were on the ground, and a huge pressure was pressing down on its body. He Lang Zi was the same as before, once again unable to move. Within the huge eyes of the wolf, he looked at Qin Bai Sheng and yelled, "This move again. What kind of move is this?" "It's not a big deal to tell you." Qin Bai Sheng chuckled. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. With my soul foundation, I can directly suppress your soul. Even though you are strong, this move targets your soul. You do not have an immortal transformation that counters soul path. No matter what beast you turn into, you will not be my match. He Lang Zi, I will give you one last chance now. Submit to me or die." Facing such a powerful Qin Bai Sheng, He Lang Zi fell into silence. He Chung and Shui Songzi looked at each other, feeling a bad feeling. Sha Huang. Feng Jioga looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself. The information we got this time has no practical use at all. Beside Feng Jioga, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. No, we have already obtained a lot of information. Feng Jioga chuckled. Firstly, this immortal zombie Sha Huang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Xinyang Tower incident. Lord Jiogu is right. Towards Feng Jioga's deduction, the other three immortals nodded in agreement. What should we do next? Feng Jioga thought about it before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained. It will be easier for him to make deductions." Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. First peak. What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet? Old Ancestor Shua, who held the list, as he asked, unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's fourth peak's Li Peng King. Li Peng King, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, "Old Ancestor, please don't be angry. I encountered a group of sky chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future and sit firmly on the fourth spot? You were raised by me. Your performance was the worst in this round. How will the other Peak Lords look at me?" Old Ancestor Shua, who said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Peng King out of the hall. Li Peng King was unlucky this time. He encountered the Sky Chief Beast Group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Peng King left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shua, who in such a tone. Old Ancestor Shua, who turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. "Wife, you do not know the crux of the matter. That is why you feel that I am too harsh on these Peak Lords. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Peng King's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him. The other Peak Lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck. There is such a thing," the female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked in surprise. According to the theory of luck path, as Gu immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is the emperor of luck. We will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the Gu refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster. Old Ancestor Shua, who explained in detail. As the second Peak Lord, Lady Wan Shou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned. "Isn't this refining Gu for me? It will be a huge hindrance." Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals of Northern Plains, according to Old Ancestor Shua, whose plan she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hongyun as the main material. To refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu. Old Ancestor Shua, who nodded. So in this Gu refinement, not only do we need to prepare several portions of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Mahongyun as the main material compared to refining fortune, rivaling heaven goo out of nothing. We can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials. It is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This goo refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady One Shou was frowning with worry. Old Ancestor Shui, who smiled. He held her waist and consoled. Wife, are you worried that the goo refinement will fail? Lady One Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me? Ha ha ha. Wife, relax and refine. Regardless of success or failure, I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level. I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune, rivaling heaven goo is my hope. Sigh, I hope I can make it in time. Old Ancestor Shui, who sighed deeply. Fang Yuan, bring down that chest of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted. Yes. Fang Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black skin fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. This kid actually has strength path cultivation level. I was wrong about him. Seeing Fang Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. No, I promise, second young master, I cannot fail like this. Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Fang Yuan's back. Slap! The clothes on Fang Yuan's back were instantly torn. A deep whip mark was left on Fang Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind. Fang Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated. His memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Fang Yuan's heart, but Fang Yuan quickly suppressed it. What are you dilly-dallying for? Move faster. The caravan steward scolded Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. This was a trap in the dream realm. It was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Fang Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine dream path mortal goo. I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm. I am finally about to succeed. Fang Yuan looked at the goo worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the goo refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fang Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Dang Hun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation. Old Ancestor Shui, who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain blessed land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fang Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating immortal zombie Xia Huang's identity. Chapter 780. Originally, when Fang Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed. He would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind. Using the dream path mortal goo in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first dream path mortal goo, because of the goo worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep. There could be traps everywhere. But because Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine dream path mortal goo. But with the increase of dream path mortal goo, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared. Even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch. They had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine goo. After half a month into a mortal blessed land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. He refined enough dream path mortal goo. Using these dream path mortal goo and unravel mystery immortal goo as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan did not stop. He immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was outside. She was gathering goo refinement materials for old ancestor Shui, who, when she heard of Fang Yuan's news, she was overjoyed. She immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Shui, whose punishment, returning to the 3rd peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not hide the secret. She told Fang Yuan about it. Before Su Xian died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Su Xian left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal goo in Imperial Court blessed land, even though she was immortal. Fang Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal goo as a mortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream, otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Fang Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short. The number of dream path mortal goo is limited. 20 to 30%. What happens if I fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream. She is fine. And there is another benefit. After Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan, there are no benefits. Fang Yuan said honestly, "That's good." Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly, she felt that her tone was not right. She looked at Fang Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Li Shan's words. "Fairy, no need to say anything. I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now. Our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me." "Of course." Fairy Li Shan bowed, solemnly. Immediately, Fang Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the dream path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical goo formation. After activating them, the goo formation activated. At the final step, Fang Yuan used green grape immortal goo to activate Unravel Mystery immortal goo. Unravel Mystery immortal goo shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the dream path goo formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes. There was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. A loud sound resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Li Shan's secret room. He was in a hall. I have entered He Lolan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. He had an understanding in his heart. He turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hall. It was the higher-ups of Sioux tribe. They were treating a young goo master with great hospitality. Sioux tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly. "Young Master He Chung, please have a toast." He Chung was sitting at the front on the left. He raised the cup with both hands. "Thank you, Sioux tribe's leader." Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Cheng's generous wine bill. He Chung cupped his fists. His tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Fang Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself. He found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Sioux tribe. His aperture was filled with wood path mortal goo. There were quite a number of them. Fang Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 wood path healing goo master. Fang Yuan frowned. Wood path was not his forte, and he was a healing goo master. He sighed internally, consoling himself. This is not my dream realm after all. As an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is? Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall. She was wearing a maid's clothing. Her face resembled He Lulan's. She was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura. Her aura was very different. "It's Su Xianer." Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He immediately recognized this woman. Sioux tribe leader's wine pot was empty. Su Xianer carried it and was about to pour some wine. But Sioux tribe leader pretended to be angry. "Are you blind? Go pour wine for our Sioux tribe's esteemed guest first." Su Xianer replied softly. She walked over to He Cheng's table with light steps. He Cheng's gaze was fixed on Su Xianer's face. Only after the wine was poured did he realize it. Looking at Su Xianer's beautiful back view, he quickly stood up. "I have not asked for young lady's name." Su Xianer turned around and bowed, lowering her head shyly as she replied in a low voice, "My name is Su Xianer." "Su Xianer. Xianer." He Chung muttered. Only after Su Xianer entered the hall and left his sight did he sit down. "Ha ha ha." The Su family's patriarch saw this and laughed. "Xianer is the daughter of this old man on the battlefield many years ago. I brought her back. My wife raised her by my side and watched her grow up day by day. Thus, even though she is a maid, we treat her like our own daughter." "So that's it," He Chung muttered. He drank again, but it was already tasteless. After the banquet ended, He Chung was arranged to rest in the high-grade guest room. Sioux tribe leader gathered the elders to discuss the matter of killing He Chung in a secret room. "Tribe leader, are we really going to attack? The other party is He tribe, a super force with goo immortals." An elder was worried. Sioux tribe leader's eyes flashed with fierceness. "So what if it is He tribe? As long as we complete this transaction, our tribe will be able to move to snowy mountain blessed land. At that time, there will be no imperial court contest. There will be no 10-year blizzard disaster. He tribe is a super force, but snowy mountain blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path." The elders' fantasies were stirred up by these words. Sioux tribe leader looked around. Seeing that there were still people with hesitant expressions, he said fiercely, "The matter has come to a head. What are you still hesitating for? Even if we don't do it, even if we inform Hay Tribe. So what? We have offended Snowy Mountain. They will not let us off. Don't forget the lives of our Sioux tribe. We were all saved by that fairy. Since that fairy was able to save us so easily, she can naturally slaughter us just as easily. Startled by these words, the secret room became somewhat cold. The elders woke up from their stupor, finally recognizing this reality. Tribe leader is right. That Hay Chung lad has already been drunk by us. I will make a move now and chop off his head. The battle hall elders said. Killing Hay Chung is not easy. Don't look at how Hay Chung is alone. There are experts hidden behind him, protecting him. Hay Tribe is a super force, and Hay Chung has outstanding talent. Thus he has 5 guards. Sioux, tribe leader, said the information he received. Fang Yuan was also among them. He understood the meaning of this. Then please tell us, Lord Tribe Leader, we will definitely follow your orders. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, please give the order. The elders were all excited. Good. The tribe leader was overjoyed. He quickly gave the order and made arrangements. He had clearly thought about it for a long time, thus he almost blurted it out. Fang Yuan was a medicine hall elder, a healing gu master. He had weak offense and defense. Thus the order he received was to deal with the strongest guard with 2 other gu masters. The moment they stepped out of the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. It was a dark and windy night. The night winds were howling. A Hay Tribe rank 3 gu master stood proudly, looking at the 3 people around him with anger and shock. Your Sioux tribe has such guts, you actually dared to touch my Hay Tribe's young master Hay Chung. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Sioux tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the Hay Tribe gu master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found Hay Lulan. It seems she is not in this scene. In this situation, I should have to kill the gu master in front of me to enter the 3rd scene. Fang Yuan thought as he activated his woodpath gu worms to heal the gu masters on his side. At first, Hay Tribe's gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fang Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, Hay Tribe's gu master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him! Medicine Hall Elder, dodge. Chapter 781. The dream realm was dangerous. In this dream, every injury was a heavy blow to the soul. If one's soul was severely injured, they would become even more muddle-headed. Their hearts would gradually grow restless, and it would be easier for their emotions to be stirred up. From there, they would sink into their dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing Hay Tribe's gu masters charging over, Sioux Tribe's 2 gu masters' hearts sank to rock bottom. Hay Tribe's gu masters had strong battle strength. Even if the 2 of them worked together, it would be difficult to fight them. As an elder of the medicine hall, Fang Yuan's strength was not strong. Right now, the 2 Sioux clan gu masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could persevere for a period of time, giving them enough time to save him. But since Hay Tribe's gu masters had planned this for a long time, risking their injuries to kill the healing gu master, they definitely had a powerful killing method. Run! Hold on for a few breaths of time. We'll be there soon. Hay Tribe's gu master quickly closed the distance between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, causing the 2 Sioux tribe gu masters behind him to feel anxious. Fang Yuan didn't panic at all and even sneered. It was all because he had not entered Hay Lulan's dream rashly. He had made preparations and a trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Undo. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, aiming his palm at the Hay Tribe gu master. At the same time, a greenish-purple light flashed in his eyes. Intense despair surged in the Hay Tribe Gu Master's heart. His body became fainter and fainter as his speed became slower and slower. Finally, when he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished without a trace. What move is this? The two Sioux clan Gu Masters who rushed over were dumbstruck. A killer move that I came up with. It's not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan lowered his right hand and said perfunctorily, "This is not worth mentioning." One of the Gu Masters stared with his bull eyes. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at a wild beast. "We killed him in one move. If we had known this, why would we have risked our lives?" Another Gu Master sighed. His tone was complex. There was joy and some resentment. "All right, let's hurry up and go support the other groups. The most urgent matter. Kill He Chung." Fang Yuan reminded. Sioux Tribe's two Gu Masters nodded. This was not the time to think about Fang Yuan's killer move. The three of them immediately set off and rushed to the depths of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the two Sioux Tribe Gu Masters. After running a few steps, the scenery changed again. The night was dark, and the sky was moonless. There was only sparse starlight. Fang Yuan, the Sioux clan's patriarch, and the other two, he chased in the direction where He Chung escaped. "I see him. We will be able to catch up to He Chung after going over that hill." While moving rapidly, an elder activated his investigative goo and said, "I already said, he is hit by my tracking goo. No matter how many directions he changes, he will not be able to escape. There's no way we can run." The battle hall elder said proudly, "The Academy elder died in battle. We have to avenge her. Since it's a battle, there will be winning and losing, life and death. The Academy elder had sacrificed his life for the clan, so he would definitely be commemorated. On the other hand, Su Xian dared to betray our clan and help that He Chung escape. She is truly unforgivable." Saying so, Sioux tribe leader's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Although Su Xian is my adopted daughter, I am selfless in the name of righteousness. After we capture her, we will deal with her according to the clan rules." Hearing him say so, the other elders let out a sigh of relief, saying together, "Clan leader is wise." "Wise? He, he, he." A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. "Who is it?" Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Sioux tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. This person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing. If the other party did not show himself with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what goo worm or killer move he used. To think that there was an expert like you protecting He Chung. Sioux tribe leader purposely stalled for time. The elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious Gu Master looked around, but did not move. He still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. Two more mysterious Gu Masters appeared, ambushing Sioux tribe's Gu Masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Sioux tribe Gu Master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured Gu Master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Sioux tribe leader saw this, and his heart jumped. He had a bad feeling. The three Gu Masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here. There was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to He Chung. He Lulan, as a healing Gu Master, Fang Yuan had been standing behind Sioux tribe leader. Seeing the Gu Master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. He Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was He tribe leader. She had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now, She was fighting with the lightly injured Gu master from Sioux tribe. She had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Fang Yuan. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream. Thus, when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. He Lulan was the owner of the dream realm. As the owner of the dream realm, she participated in the creation of the dream realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of He Lulan. He Lulan, it is me, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Sioux tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall Elder! Sioux tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about his thoughts. With a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Sioux tribe Gu master who had gone through the second scene with Fang Yuan shouted and exposed Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan? He Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression before her eyes shone with a fierce light. Get lost! Saying so, she waved her hand, and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, shouting, "Unravel dream!" Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the dark vortex killer move or the two Gu masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Gu masters present. They stared with wide eyes. He Lulan's gaze shone. She was extremely wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. He Lulan! Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lulan was the owner of the dream. She was dreaming. Unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill He Chung. Sioux tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go. They had no choice but to follow. He Chung seemed to be injured. He was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xianair was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Fang Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. This seemed to be a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with He Chung and Su Xianair. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xianair did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously, "You are a mere mortal girl with no Gu master cultivation. How can you stop these Gu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure." He Lulan looked at Su Xianair with a complex expression. "It's too late. Warrior, leave quickly." Fang Yuan got closer as Su Xianair shouted. He Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck He Cheng's head. With a loud sound, He Cheng's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, "He Chung, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life." Ha 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 ha. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly, the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Sioux tribe leader and He Chung were chatting and drinking. The atmosphere was very lively. Sioux tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. "Young Master He Chung, please have a toast." He Chung was sitting at the front on the left. He raised his cup with both hands. "Thank you, Sioux tribe leader." This is the dream of reincarnation. The three scenes are repeating continuously. Fang Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Gu master. Right now, he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength has fallen. Fang Yuan felt bitter. This is troublesome. Hei Lulan is already in the dream. She did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up Hei Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more Hei Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain-blessed land, Hei Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first, but soon became clear. She saw the 8-armed immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood. So it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in Hei Lulan's dream realm. Using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again, he suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Fang Yuan was 1 step ahead and killed Hei Cheng, causing Hei Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. Hei Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely. It caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change did Fang Yuan awaken Hei Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After Hei Lulan realized this, Fang Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. He could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward! Hei Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Fang Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 782. Western Desert. GUH. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper compared to the injuries on her body. She felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless. I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Gu Immortals who had rushed overcame to the secret room and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang Tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yang frowned. He looked at Tang Miao, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, as he said with a heavy tone, "To think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 Love Gu from Xiao Tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm." Sigh. Dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious, not to mention that we are exploring thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lan Ku sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread all over the world. It was related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Not just Central Continent. The super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience, and researching related goo worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fangming, took on this mission, but not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister, Tang Miao, in order to save her brother, she had tried many times, but to no avail. It was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path Immortal Goo, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although immortal goo are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone, "Sai, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path goo worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal goo, and they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with Dream Path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. His advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. The difficulty of dream path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where dream path goo worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of dream path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. According to the 3 venerables, this great expert should be great, dream, immortal, venerable. It was a pity that Fang Yuan did not get to see great, dream, immortal, venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture. They could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results, more than 10 dream path mortal goo. But among these results, there were very few dream path mortal goo that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, they were like laboratory products. They were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every goo immortal could do it. They needed talent and ability. In this aspect, goo immortals who followed the rules were mediocre. They did not have the spirit to innovate. They could not even compare to mortal goo masters. Tang family had many goo immortals, but only Tang Fang Ming was suitable for this. These 10 or so dream path mortal goo were mostly created by him. One could say he was the main force of Tang family's dream realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fang Ming was currently stuck in the dream realm. As a result, Tang Fang Ming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fang Ming's injuries were protected by the clan's goo immortals, but his soul was in the dream realm. It had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the dream realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's goo immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The supreme elders looked at each other. One of them said with difficulty, "We can vouch for him, but there are almost no guts goo left in the market. We can no longer buy them." Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The goo immortal who spoke earlier answered, there is only one seller of guts goo. It is a monopoly business. But not long ago, this seller suddenly ran out of stock for some reason. Even though guts goo are circulating in the market, if the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, The market has far more than what we need. Guts Goo was the #1 method to strengthen the soul. It did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul strengthening method in the world. He was right. To Tang Fong Ming, Guts Goo was a life-saving method. If there are no Guts Goo, then brother. Tang Miao was extremely anxious. Her tone revealed a trace of panic, but she still held on to a sliver of hope as she asked, "Why did they suddenly stop selling? Is there no circulation in the market?" This time, it was Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder who spoke. "We have contacted the seller and promised a huge profit." But the other party did not reply. "Recently, Fong Ming's life has been hanging on because our clan has been purchasing the remaining Guts Goo in the market. We have been holding on until now, but the Guts Goo are decreasing in quantity. Now, there are almost none left." Hearing this, Tang Miao's heart sank to the bottom, and her breathing became chaotic. Tang Clan had ordinary methods to strengthen the soul. Before Guts Goo appeared in jewel yellow skies, they had used these methods to keep Tang Fong Ming alive. But now, Tang Fong Ming was too deep in the dream realm. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were useless. His recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without Guts Goo, Tang Fong Ming was facing the danger of death. What should she do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at the Goo immortals in front of her. "I don't care. If you had not given this mission to brother back then, this would not have happened to brother. Now, that brother is in such a situation. You are just watching on the sidelines." "You can't say that." "What do you mean watching on the sidelines? All these years, our Tang Clan has been keeping Fong Ming alive. We have put in so much effort. We have paid a huge price. You are one of the people involved. You have seen it all." Third Supreme Elder retorted. He had given countless examples. He was not making empty promises. His words were true and logical. "I don't care." Tang Miao frowned deeply. Anger was brewing in her azure eyes, but she looked calm on the surface. It was like a deep pool of turbulence inside. Third Supreme Elder, no need to say any more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand, stopping him. Third Supreme Elder did not say anything. First Supreme Elder looked at the furious and stubborn Tang Miao, sighing deeply. Tang Fong Ming and Tang Miao had a deep sibling relationship. These Tang Clan Goo immortals knew about it. When these siblings were young, because Tang Clan's higher-ups seized power, they were heartlessly abandoned. The siblings went through many hardships and survived. Through many fortuitous encounters, the older brother Tang Fong Ming became a Goo immortal, while the younger sister Tang Miao became a rank 5-peak stage Goo master. The two took revenge and fought their way back to Tang Clan. Tang Clan's Goo immortals came out and negotiated with Tang Fong Ming. Eventually, Tang Clan sacrificed a group of mortal higher-ups to exchange for Tang Fong Ming's return, compared to a Goo immortal. So what if they sacrificed more mortals? Tang Fong Ming judged the situation and joined Tang Clan. Using their help, he helped his younger sister Tang Miao become a Goo immortal. But Tang Miao was not as broad-minded as her brother. She was still biased against Tang Clan, hiding her anger and resentment. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, persuasion was useless. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao, with a sorrowful expression, "I have discussed with the other Supreme Elders for 3 days and 3 nights. There are only 3 ways to deal with Fong Ming." "Which 3 ways?" Tang Miao's expression softened as she asked. "The first way is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it, implant its soul into Fong Ming's body, and use a killer move to infuse the soul into the soul, allowing Fong Ming to get through this crisis. The second way is to use the blood path immortal Goo that our clan has to use a sensing method to forcefully summon Fong Ming's soul back. As for the last way, it is to seek help from that lone cultivator, White Sea Shadawa. First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. I need to consider this. Elders, please leave. The Gu immortals left one by one. Only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse. He will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete. Brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That White Sea Shadawa might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing. Even Brother praises him in private. But to invite him, there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth, immortal venerables' inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the White Sea Shadawa sect. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you. Tang Miao sat on the bed. In the dim light, she was as beautiful as a flower. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 783. Central Continent. Who immortal blessed land. Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His crimson eyes flickered with a fierce light. After inspecting himself, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise. I have already used it so many times. This guts goo is truly a top-quality goo for strengthening the soul. In He Lolan's dream realm, I suffered such a severe soul damage, but I have already recovered in such a short time. He breathed in deeply. He felt refreshed. The dispirited and drowsy feeling from his soul injury was gone. Land spirit, where is it? Fang Yuan called. Master, master, are your injuries completely healed? At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a swoosh. Her gem-like big eyes revealed a pure and concerned emotion. The green-faced fanged Fang Yuan slowly nodded. Tell me what happened during this period of time when I was in closed cultivation. Little Hu Immortal shook her head. Many things happened, but they are not big matters. A moment later, Little Hu Immortal finished her report, but Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking a word. His thoughts fluctuated as he tried to digest this information. In Central Continent, Crane Gate was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield, while He Fengyang was still rushing around to save that desolate beast flying Crane Little Nine. The 10 great ancient sects had their own connections. They kept each other in check. The one in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After this immortal came out of closed cultivation, he used his immortal killer move Lightning Deity to challenge everyone. Right now, he had already fought over 20 Gu immortals, with only one draw and one loss. His battle achievements were outstanding. His reputation was growing day by day. Many meddlesome Gu immortals were already comparing him to immortal monkey King Shirley. These people naturally did not have good intentions. According to Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would definitely find vicious lightning fiend and fight with him. However, Shirley had not responded. Central Continent's Gu immortals were puzzled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's temper change? Even Combat Immortal Sect seemed to have become much more low-profile during this period of time. The other 9 sects sensed that something was amiss and began to investigate in secret. Fang Yuan already knew that Shirley had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm appeared in it. Presumably, at this moment, He was trying his best to instigate the entire sect to attack the Grotto Heaven. Thinking of star constellation, Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fang Yuan's heart moved. Initially, he had no methods. He could only escape from star constellation, Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But now, he had Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. This was a supreme weapon to deal with star constellation, Immortal Venerable's dream realm. During this period, the exploration of the dream path is still in its infancy. Regardless of which superpower it was, they were still stuck in the predicament of starting from scratch. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. He was breaking through brambles and thorns. His strongest move. They were natural dream path immortal goo, and these dream path immortal goo could be counted on one hand. But I have a dream path immortal killer move. Even without a dream path immortal goo, I am far ahead of these forces. Fang Yuan's heart was burning. Unravel Dream could effectively counter dreams. Every time he used this killer move, it benefited Fang Yuan greatly. For example, this time, after Fang Yuan saved He Lulan and unraveled her dream, he obtained many of He Lulan's insights into the Strength Tao, the foundation of one's strength path realm. It had become much more substantial, especially He Lulan, who had the great strength, true martial physique. He was born with a strength path immortal seed. His talent in strength path was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. After Fang Yuan digested her understanding of the Strength Tao, he gained a lot. If I can unravel star constellation, Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my wisdom path attainment level will soar. Even without a complete wisdom path inheritance, I might be able to create one myself. Fang Yuan thought. He Lulan was a newly advanced strength path, Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan gained a lot from unraveling one of her dream realms. If he unraveled one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level would soar like a rocket. However, snatching the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from Combat Immortal sect is too dangerous. It is almost impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel the dream, he had to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to Star Constellation's dream realm. That way, he would definitely be discovered. With his current battle strength, even if he rose by a level he was not sure Lei's match. Compared to the entire Combat Immortal sect, Tai, Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and the rest beside him, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan could not be compared. Unless I have Western Desert Tang Clan's immortal killer move, Steal Dream, I can steal the dream directly and transfer it to another place. I can slowly conquer it and nibble away at my heart. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert Tang Clan was one of the super forces with the strongest dream path strength in the 5 regions. Originally, even among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, Tang Clan was not eye-catching. It was in the middle to lower tier. But with the help of Dream Path during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tang Clan became the strongest force in Western Desert. Even in the 5 regions chaotic war, they could look down on everyone, creating the great Tang Age that Western Desert's people recognized. Central Continent's situation, even though there were some disturbances, could still be considered calm. Fang Yuan coveted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But the difference in strength between his side and Combat Immortal sect was too huge. He could only drool and feel envy. But thankfully, Dream Path was still in its exploration phase. Even if Combat Immortal sect took down Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they could not do anything to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the short term. To make an analogy, this was like a piece of fatty meat, but the meat was boiling hot. Everyone in Combat Immortal sect knew that it was nutritious, but they could only watch anxiously. They could not eat it. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He had committed a huge crime. He was being investigated now. The other party had great strength and rich methods. Just after the auction ended, they could investigate Fang Yuan's identity as Xia Huang. They were not simple. They gave Fang Yuan a lot of mental pressure. But from Little Hu Immortal's report, Northern Plains' situation was calmer than Central Continent. The Gu Immortals who participated in the auction were busy digesting their gains, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the #1 demonic den of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land strength to refine rank 8 fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. This was already known in Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. As the #1 righteous path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang, he deepened his cooperation with Zombie Alliance. This cooperation caused Zombie Alliance's influence in Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world to be swept away. It was rising steadily. Qin Bai Sheng had vanished without a trace, but the prince's impatience, which Fang Yuan was most concerned about, did not make any movements either. The calm situation did not ease Fang Yuan's worries. Instead, he became even more worried. The other party would definitely not let go. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world, once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world, they would get rid of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. And it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Even if Fang Yuan could escape, he would flee to Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He would definitely be hunted down and would not be able to live in peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if Central Continent or Northern Plains is investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, he did not have any good ideas. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The only consolation was that he had chosen to cooperate with Fairy Li Shan back then. It was the right choice. With Fairy Li Shan's information, Fang Yuan was able to quickly learn of any changes in Northern Plains' situation. Taking the initiative in information would often give him a strategic advantage. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. If I were a rank 8 Gu Immortal, I would have the strength to protect myself, even if I obtained news of Giant Sun's true inheritance. So what if I announce it to the world? Ah, that's not right. Fang Yuan thought of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. He frowned. If the news that he had Wisdom Gu spread, even if he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he would be attacked by many rank 8 Gu Immortals. No matter what, the most important thing now is to digest my gains from the auction and raise my battle strength. Only then can I deal with any unexpected dangers. A few days later, Fang Yuan's face was covered in soot as he walked out of the secret room with a joyful expression. He spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had already increased to 3 pairs, giving him strong flying propulsion and greatly increasing his speed. In the Northern Plains auction, he obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. Fang Yuan's killer move, true solid bat wings, was finally completed. Iron Crown, Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly used Iron Crown, Eagle Strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan's speed rose to an astonishing level. He was like a black smoke earlier, but now he was as fast as lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision turned blurry. Intense winds assaulted him like blades slashing at him. The Iron Crown Eagle's strength lasted for a moment before its speed fell back to its original level. Fang Yuan's vision became clear now. He turned around and saw that he was 3 li away from his original position. In an instant, he flew 3 li. Fang Yuan was satisfied, but also dissatisfied. He was satisfied because this speed was extremely fast, comparable to some movement immortal killer moves. He was dissatisfied because this Iron Crown Eagle strength could not be controlled at will. He did not know when it would erupt. Unless I can refine my second core Gu, all-out effort Gu all the way to Immortal Gu, and raise it to Immortal Gu, Then I will be able to use Iron Crown Eagle Strength at will. Fang Yuan sighed as he thought of this. His all-out effort goo was still limited to rank 4. Fang Yuan had a lot of wealth now, but he did not have the corresponding goo recipe. Not long ago, he took the initiative to ask about Land Spirit of Langya, and the answer he got made him feel both happy and worried. Langya blessed land indeed had the goo recipe of all-out effort goo from rank 1 to rank 5. It was comprehensive, but when it came to goo recipes, Land Spirit of Langya would not sell them. Even if Fang Yuan tried to persuade him, he would not compromise. Fang Yuan wanted to use a Dream Path Mortal Goo recipe to exchange for it, but Land Spirit of Langya was smarter this time. He did not want to exchange for any goo recipe. He gave Fang Yuan a mission. This mission was for Fang Yuan to go to immemorial Purple Heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower and collect its petals. Fang Yuan was extremely busy. He had no time to leave. And now that there were strong enemies, if he was careless and exposed his identity, he would be a fugitive pursued by everyone. Fang Yuan did not dare to relax. He tried to raise his battle strength. How could he collect poisonous flowers? Not to mention that immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even if there was a fragment world, it would be hard to find. Even if he found it, it would be extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were common. With Fang Yuan's current battle strength, it was still too low. Forcefully exploring, it was a thankless task. Floating astronomy. Chapter 784. This matter gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Even land spirits could not be underestimated. They would grow with time and gain wisdom or experience. Ever since Land Spirit of Langya met Fang Yuan had taken advantage of him many times. Especially in this auction, the 60-40 split of profits made Land Spirit of Langya suffer a huge loss. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was reflected in Land Spirit of Langya. He had become smarter. Land Spirit of Langya pondered over this painful experience and reflected on his relationship with Fang Yuan. He finally recognized their strengths and weaknesses. Thus he used the goo recipe to gain the upper hand in the cooperation with Fang Yuan. After all, it was the obsession left behind by Longhair Ancestor. Fang Yuan was really choked by Land Spirit of Langya this time. He felt terrible. And Fang Yuan could not do anything to Langya blessed land. It was not so easy to take advantage of others. Fang Yuan had obtained so many benefits from selling goo immortal slaves in the auction. Now that the repercussions had erupted, his mouth was filled with bitterness. Slowly descending to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted the 3 pairs of bat wings on his back. He stood on the spot and looked far away, deep in thought. All-out effort goo is only a small setback. It is not an immortal goo recipe after all. Even if I cannot obtain it, with my strength path attainment level and wisdom goo's help, I can deduce the mortal goo recipe. But it will waste a lot of time and energy. At this time, there are many undercurrents. Deduce the goo recipe alone will not raise my battle strength. This is not appropriate. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete, all-out effort goo, immortal goo recipe, Fang Yuan would not have time to refine it. The true trouble was with He Lulan. Fang Yuan's reward for saving her was self-strength, immortal goo. He Lulan learned of this from Fairy Li Shan. She jumped up from her bed in anger. Self-strength, immortal goo was her vital immortal goo, and also the core of her killer move, self-strength, phantom. Fang Yuan asking for this goo was simply digging her foundation. Without self-strength, immortal goo, He Lulan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only that, it involved self-strength goo. It was a memento that her mother, Su Xian, had left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was something that she could never give up emotionally. However, Fang Yuan, her, and Fairy Li Shan had a Snow Mountain oath of allegiance. Before saving He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan had represented He Lulan to sign an agreement with Fang Yuan that could not be violated, unless He Lulan hardened her heart and disregarded Fairy Li Shan's life. He held on to self-strength, immortal Gu tightly. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan couldn't do anything to her. After all, it wasn't He Lulan who had signed the contract. But how could He Lulan bear to see anything happen to Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and her mother, Su Xian, were blood-related sisters. When He Lulan was still immortal, she had been taken care of by Fairy Li Shan. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan disregarded the cost and nurtured He Lulan, treating her like her own daughter. While He Lulan was determined to take revenge, she was filled with gratitude and respect towards her kin, Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had made use of this point to reach an agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not worried that He Lulan would go back on her words. However, this matter concerned her vital immortal Gu. He Lulan was not willing to accept her fate so easily. Ever since she learned of the situation, she had negotiated with Fang Yuan more than 10 times. She had threatened him, begged him with soft words, talked about the pros and cons, and even threatened him with the big picture. She had used all sorts of methods to get back self-strength, immortal Gu. But how could Fang Yuan give in? Self-strength, immortal Gu was the core of He Lulan's life. It was the same for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Self-strength, immortal Gu was also the most compatible, unlike pulling mountain and pulling water, which needed to be modified and modified. He Lulan relied on her immortal ascension to refine self-strength, immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan had first received this news, he had felt great regret and regret. Immortal Gu were unique. He Lulan had this Gu, and she was an ally. It was equivalent to cutting off Fang Yuan's chance of obtaining it. Luck was fickle. Heaven took pity on her. He Lulan was focused on revenge. She raised her cultivation level with all her strength, but due to her carelessness, she fell into the dream realm, giving Fang Yuan a good opportunity. Fang Yuan was black-bellied and sinister. Like a shark that smelled blood, he immediately bit down fiercely. Even if they were allies, so what? One's own strength was the most important. Others could not be relied on. Only oneself was the most reliable. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lulan tried many times, but failed every time. In her anger, she purposely withheld self-strength, immortal Gu from Fang Yuan, and did not appear to help Fang Yuan use strength chi immortal Gu to refine airsac Gu. He Lulan's gaze was vicious. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of pressure. He Lulan did not want to use strength chi immortal Gu, and Fang Yuan did not have airsac Gu. Without airsac Gu, he could not sell guts Gu. In order to heal his injuries, Fang Yuan had stopped selling guts Gu. It was only for himself. Without this benefit, and the 2 stone nests constantly refining Gu, his funds were almost dried up. His immortal Yuan stone had already fallen to 100. To break through He Lulan's restrictions, Fang Yuan could use wisdom Gu to deduce another airsac Gu recipe. In this regard, there was quite a bit of trouble. Fang Yuan had already sold delight in water and mountain immortal Gu at the auction. He did not have enough malicious thought Gu to replace it. Even though there was an entire stone nest of hairy men refining malicious thought Gu day and night under the light of wisdom, thoughts were expended too quickly. Fang Yuan had expected this. His original solution was to increase the scale of production. But to increase the scale and build a 3rd or even a 4th stone nest, he needed funds. Hairy men, especially hairy man-slaves who were skilled in Gu refinement, had higher prices. Fang Yuan did not have enough funds. He could not increase the production. The problem went round and round again, as if it was tied into a dead knot. Fang Yuan went to look for land spirit of Langya. using immortal materials to entice the hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine malicious thought goo, but land spirit of Langya rejected him again. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to land spirit of Langya. Thus, Feng Yuan's path was blocked. With air sac goo refinement obstructed, there was no guts goo trade. The guts goo trade was Feng Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought goo, and Feng Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Feng Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Feng Yuan was well aware that He Lulan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal goo and choose strength chi immortal goo. He Lulan, I want to see who can last longer. Feng Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu immortal land spirit and returned to Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lulan, Feng Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many dream path mortal goo. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more dream path mortal goo in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of Northern Plains, Wisdom Path goo immortal old oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyong Building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples. His youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Qi Hongming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation, they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Zhao Lianyun. They had recreated the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But Old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow. I have disappointed you." "How can this be? We still can't deduce it. The culprit is not simple. He has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information." The immortals were elites of their sex. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Feng Zhuge spoke. "We do not have a clear target now. We might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sections. In the following period of time, when you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information." Feng Zhuge had the highest prestige. No one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now. They had important matters to deal with. They dispersed and left this place to deal with their sex missions. Old Oracle and Feng Zhuge were the last to speak. "Lord Zhuge." Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Feng Zhuge, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Feng Zhuge looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. "The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduced that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth." Old Oracle lowered his head and said, "But the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. If there is really a traitor among the 10 sects, and they committed such a huge crime, no matter how we clean it up, there will definitely be traces left behind." Feng Zhuge seemed to be consoling, but also warning him. Old Oracle raised his head. His gaze was clear and bright as he stared at Feng Zhuge. Lord Joga is hiding this from the other Gu immortals. Are you not suspicious of my sect? Fong Joga laughed heartily, saying frankly with an extraordinary demeanor, to speak the truth, I have my suspicions long ago. I believe that the ancient soul sect also has a secret mission for you. Fong Joga's words were filled with confidence of controlling the situation. Old Oracle's heart shook. He nodded, Indeed, I will go now. Saying so, he moved like lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Only Fong Joga was left standing on the spot. His gaze was eerie, and his expression was calm. It was unknown what he was thinking. Chapter 785. 10 days later, who immortal blessed land. Time Luck immortal Gu floated above Fong Yuan's head, moving around continuously. Time Luck immortal Gu was like a jade centipede. It was light green in color. Right now, it was floating in a small space above Fong Yuan's head. It was moving slowly while emitting a water-like luster. Fong Yuan injected green grape immortal essence into it, while inspecting the Gu worm inch of time in his immortal aperture. Previously, he had made an agreement with Lang Ya Blessed Land. He asked Lang Ya Blessed Land's hairy men to make large amounts of inch of time. Lang Ya Blessed Land's time flow was faster than who immortal Blessed Land. The quality of the hairy men inside was the best in the world. Thus, after Fong Yuan paid the immortal materials, a large number of inch of time Gu worms piled up in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture like a small mountain of gold. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Inch of time, Gu was immortal Gu. Its shape was like a gold bar. The higher the time revolution, the thicker and bigger the gold bar. However, at this moment, as Fong Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Gu, inch of time Gu was expended greatly. In just a few breaths' time, the golden mountain had completely vanished into thin air. Without inch of time support, Time Luck Immortal Gu above his head stopped. Fong Yuan sighed with regret. It seems that using inch of time to replace lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal Gu is too much of a stretch. I have only activated it for such a short period of time, and the benefits in terms of luck path are close to zero. Like what Fairy Li Shan had said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal Gu expended immortal essence, and the Gu Immortal's lifespan in exchange for a boost in luck path. However, Fong Yuan did not have much lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final stages of the battle at Imperial Court Blessed Land, when he was forced to turn into an immortal zombie, he was already old and feeble. He himself had not used lifespan Gu. That is to say, out of an average lifespan of 100 years, he only had 10 years or less left. If one day he successfully got rid of his immortal zombie body and became a healthy human, his remaining lifespan would not change. In other words, when I recover one day, my body will become old and full of vicissitudes. This is a problem. Unless I can find lifespan Gu before that and use it on myself. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan could not help but frown. Lifespan Gu were hard to find and extremely rare. Normally, Gu immortals would not trade them after obtaining them. Even in the recently concluded Northern Plains auction, not a single lifespan Gu was sold. Lifespan Gu was only immortal Gu, but its production conditions were not fixed. Gu immortals searching for lifespan Gu were almost completely based on luck. Thus, in many situations, lifespan Gu were obtained by mortal Gu masters, and Gu immortals could not control them. In his previous life, Fong Yuan was able to find lifespan Gu and increase his lifespan by hundreds of years. It was also a similar situation. Currently, the best way to search for lifespan Gu is 88 Point Shinyang Tower. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan Gu from this immortal Gu house. I gave it to Tai Bai Yunsheng. It's basically impossible to recreate the 88 Point Shinyang Tower. Fong Yuan willed as Time Luck Immortal Gu turned into a ray of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land and would break apart every once in a while, it was still very spacious for goo worms. Time Luck Immortal Goo floated to the side of another golden mountain. These two golden mountains were naturally piled up by Inch of Time goo worms. Fang Yuan had obtained a large number of Inch of Time goo worms from Land Spirit of Langia. They were piled up into two small mountains. One of them had already been used up. There was only one left. It was this one. Even though the results of the experiment were not ideal, it gave Fang Yuan a lot of precious inspiration. Earlier, I only used Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Goo together. If I add in other goo worms, or even form an immortal killer move, I might be able to greatly reduce the expenditure of Inch of Time. The effect would be ideal. Unfortunately, even though I can use the light of wisdom and have unlimited inspiration, but these deductions involve time path attainment level. They are my weakness. Facing this setback, Fang Yuan could only put his thoughts aside for now. Dream Path Mortal Goo were still lacking, but Fang Yuan did not have any intention of slacking off. After taking a few breaths, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and entering the dream realm. After 3 dream realms, he refined 2 Dream Path Mortal Goo, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was already a stark contrast from the beginning. It was a huge improvement. But during the 3rd goo refinement, Fang Yuan failed. His soul was slightly injured. Dream realms had their own risks, not to mention refining goo in a dream. I was not careful and fell into the dream trap. Thankfully, I have guts goo to strengthen my soul. Fang Yuan rejoiced internally. He opened his eyes and left Dang Hun Palace. On Dang Hun Mountain, guts goo were everywhere. Fang Yuan used a few and healed the damage to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal Goo, his expression changed. A letter was sent into his immortal aperture through moving perspective cup goo. After reading it, Fang Yuan's face flashed with joy. He immediately gave up on the goo refinement plan. He chose a beautiful place on Dang Hun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant leg and using fire goo to barbecue it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal with black hair and black eyes. She was beautiful and had a domineering aura. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the air, landing beside Fang Yuan with a cold expression. She glanced at the elephant leg in Fang Yuan's hands, recognizing it as the desolate beast drought elephant's flesh and bones. She mocked, "So you have so many immortal materials that you can waste them like this?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at He Lulan before looking at the elephant leg. In this short while, because of the fire, the elephant leg was already half-cooked, giving off a thick fragrance. "Fairy Lulan, I trust you have been well since we last met. Please sit." Fang Yuan said politely. He Lulan snorted coldly. She was still standing there indifferently, hiding her anger. Fang Yuan found it funny. Even though the other party was an overlord, she was still a woman. But thinking about it, if someone asked for his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it to them? Wouldn't he have already fallen out with them and fought them? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan understood, but at the same time, he warned himself. He Lulan's mistake was right in front of him. He could not ignore it. He Lulan wanted to take revenge. She took the risk of undergoing tribulation to raise her cultivation level, but she was careless and almost died. Now that she could not endure it, she sent her vital immortal goo self-strength over. At this stage, she could not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. How could a goo immortal's calamities and tribulations be so easy to pass? No matter how talented or arrogant one was, they had to recognize reality. He Lulan was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. She kept advancing bravely after suffering this time. She should be more restrained in the future. But it is all thanks to her. Otherwise, how could I have obtained self-strength immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed inwardly. He brought the elephant leg to his mouth and took a big bite, eating it with relish. He Lulan saw this and sneered. You have already become a zombie. You have lost your sense of taste. Now that you have no hope of regaining your human body, you can only reminisce about the past. Fang Yuan said slowly and leisurely, Fairy Lulan, you did not come here just to watch me eat meat, right? He Lulan's expression was grim. Her tone contained anger and hatred as she said, You are so gluttonous. Aren't you afraid of bursting to death? Don't worry, I have a good appetite. Bursting to death is better than starving to death. Humph. He Lulan gritted her teeth in anger, trying to suppress the anger in her heart as she said in a relaxed tone, Actually, why can't I change the taste? That way, everyone will have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who hasn't fallen before? Fang Yuan knew what she meant. He Lulan wanted to use Strength Qi Immortal Goo to replace self-strength and give it to Fang Yuan as a reward. But Fang Yuan would never agree to it. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, sighing, Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I have to become stronger by all means to deal with my future downfall. He Lulan, you understand me. I have already made up my mind. I will not change it. He Lulan squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person. She was also such a person. She was about to speak when her pupils shrunk. She saw that on Fang Yuan's body, a ray of light slowly appeared. This ray of light was on his chest. It was only a phantom image at first, but it became brighter and brighter, condensing into a solid form, deeply imprinting itself on Fang Yuan's body. Strength Path Dao Mark. He Lulan's expression changed. Just earlier, she had personally seen Fang Yuan gain a Strength Path Dao Mark. She quickly calmed down and thought of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said in a hoarse voice, So the Eat Strength Immortal Goo that appeared in the Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How did all the good things end up in your hands? Eat Strength Immortal Goo had little value to other Goo Immortals. They did not dare to use it often. But to Strength Path Goo Immortals, it was a true treasure. Especially for He Lulan, her cultivation was at a bottleneck. She could not undergo tribulations to increase her strength. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal Goo, which had no risk in using it, became even more important. Fang Yuan did not reply. He bit down on the bone in his hand. He had already finished eating the flesh on the elephant leg, but the bone still contained natural Strength Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's teeth were sharp. Even though the elephant leg bone was hard, it was crushed into pieces by his sharp teeth. He swallowed it. A moment later, another Strength Path Dao mark appeared on Fang Yuan's body. He was not afraid of He Lulan going back on her words, because when they signed the agreement, there was already a time limit. He Lulan came at the last moment. She wanted to try her best. But from the start, Fang Yuan was in an undefeatable position. Once the agreement was broken, Fairy Li Shan would die from the oath. How could He Lulan watch this happen? Come, sit, I will treat you to some meat. Fang Yuan took out a Strength Path Desolate Beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After roasting it, he handed the bone to He Lulan. At the same time, he willed, Eat Strength Immortal Goo flew into He Lulan's hands. He Lulan took it without hesitation. She swallowed the meat and bone before activating Eat Strength Immortal Goo for digestion. A moment later, another Strength Path Dao mark appeared on her body. Even though it was not even 1,000th of the gains from the tribulation, but this method had no risk, it could continue to accumulate. Halfway through the meal, He Lulan sighed deeply, handing Self-Strength Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Self-Strength Immortal Goo had a new owner. R1152, Chapter 786. Fang Yuan kept Self-Strength Immortal Goo. His expression did not change. He only said to He Lulan, From now on, if Fairy Lulan wants to borrow Eat Strength Immortal Goo to cultivate, you will need to give me a strength path immortal material as compensation. He Lulan nodded. This was the right thing to do. He Lulan was a formidable person, seeing that Fang Yuan was purposely displaying eat strength immortal goo. She knew Fang Yuan's intention. She did not want to break up and deepen the cooperation. Fang Yuan forcefully took self-strength immortal goo. It was like cutting a deep wound on their alliance. Blood flowed out. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, compared to the only precious self-strength immortal goo, Fang Yuan lending eat strength immortal goo was more like giving He Lulan a way out. He Lulan ate the leg bone in her hand and let out a breath of turbid air. When she looked at Fang Yuan again, there was no trace of anger on her face. Let's go to the stone nest. He Lulan stood up and offered to help Fang Yuan refine air sac goo. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed that He Lulan's situation was not good. She had almost died in this tribulation and was saved by Fang Yuan. She must have suffered huge losses in the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan had been supporting He Lulan's cultivation without caring about the cost. But now she was in trouble because old ancestor Shui, who was refining fortune, rivaling heaven goo urgently, the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain were ordered around everywhere to refine goo immortal materials. The task of gathering immortal materials was very heavy. Fairy Li Shan could only do her best. Fang Yuan needed the guts goo business to continue. How could He Lulan not have the same thoughts? Earlier, Fang Yuan had given He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan some profits. It was a wise decision. At this point, he finally saw results. Benefits could also form a chain. No matter how angry He Lulan was, due to the big picture and her own situation, she had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On the same day, He Lulan exerted a large amount of strength, restarting the refinement of the air sac goo. Before she left, she mentioned her intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the funds to expand production, but He Lulan was willing to help Fang Yuan invest in building the third stone nest to replenish the hairy men. However, Fang Yuan had to give her more benefits. Fang Yuan immediately agreed. The guts goo trade resumed. It was like a torrent pouring into a river that was about to dry up. The operations of the blessed land, which had been at a standstill, finally began to move like a horse carriage. The huge wheel slowly moved forward, rolling forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was successfully built in Fang Yuan's immortal blessed land. It was now in Fang Yuan's hands. There were several goo worms that needed to be refined in large quantities. Air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, an inch of time. 3 stone nests. It was far from being able to meet the demand. This involved the problem of choice, how to make the most efficient use of the limited resources. Eventually, Fang Yuan ordered the first and third stone nests to refine air sac goo. He ordered the second stone nest to refine malicious thought goo. He had a large number of deductions on hand. Thus, he needed to refine either malicious thought goo or memory thought goo. Malicious thought was good at scheming against others, while memory thought was good at digging out information from memories. But if it was used to deduce, there was no clear difference between the two. As for using air sac goo as the main refinement ingredient, that was because Fang Yuan found out. Guts goo could be sold in much higher quantities. Times were different now. The market for guts goo was slowly growing, especially when Fang Yuan stopped the guts goo trade not long ago. He used them to heal his injuries. This cut off the supply, causing guts goo to be scarce in the market. The price of guts goo became very high. This phenomenon made Fang Yuan understand that the guts goo market had been stimulated, and he could definitely raise the price and quantity. So he thought, and so he did. Originally, the guts goo trade was done once a month. The net profit was 48 immortal yuan stone. After raising the price, not counting the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had 92 immortal yuan stone. It was almost double the original amount. Monopolizing the trade is so convenient to profit from. Fang Yuan's situation had improved greatly, he sighed, but also became vigilant, because the profits of Guts Gu were getting bigger, the future was getting brighter, Crane Gate and other forces were getting restless. Earlier, because Fang Yuan displayed great strength, Crane Gate was restricted by other forces. They could not spare much effort to deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the profits of the Guts Gu trade were increasing, one day Crane Gate would be more determined. They would spare more effort to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they were all competitors for benefits. The only difference between the two was that the righteous path's behavior was better, and the cultivation of Gu masters, or rather, the essence of human survival, was to protect one's own benefits while devouring the benefits of others. Fang Yuan was aware of this. He did not deny that he was no different from others or other forces. In terms of benefits, they were all jackalls of the same tribe. To deter Crane Gate, there is only one fundamental solution. That is to continuously increase my own battle strength to make those who act fail, and to intimidate those who want to. With such an urgent feeling, Fang Yuan successfully fused self-strength, Immortal Gu, into the Immortal Killer, move Myriad Self a few days later. Although self-strength, Immortal Gu, was extremely compatible with Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still spent a few days to adjust some supplementary Mortal Gu. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I lack cleansed soul, but with self-strength, my battle strength has returned to the level of a first-rate rank 6. In fact, Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. Fang Yuan was contemplating after a long period of silence. He had already digested a lot of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self-Return had the power of an immortal killer move, true solid bat wings, and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. It was comparable to a movement immortal killer move, and deducing vaguely familiar face, and so on required a vast number of malicious thought Gu. In Hu immortal blessed land, there was only one stone nest that was being refined at full force. It would take some time to accumulate enough. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai by Yunqing had some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and would take too long. As for Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because of Feng Zhouge's forceful interrogation, Sha Huang's identity could no longer be used, thus the plan was obstructed. Speaking of which, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for some time. If I can obtain Luo Pa Valley together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation will increase rapidly. It will be a good way to increase my battle strength. In the future, I can even do business in Luo Pa Wind and Fog to increase my profits. At the same time, in Luo Pa Valley, the negotiation was at its most crucial moment. Qin Bai Sheng smiled lightly as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought for a while before laughing loudly. Qin Bai Sheng, I treated you as my best friend, but you lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot break into Lang, your blessed land. Do you want to use me as cannon fodder? Qin Bai Sheng's gaze flickered. He said lightly, with your wind escape, you can advance and retreat at will. You are famous in Northern Plains. How can you be cannon fodder? Even if my wind escape is an immortal killer move, the #1 movement technique in Northern Plains, it cannot penetrate blessed lands or grotto heavens. Qin Bai Sheng, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi shook his head and refused. He was a rank 7 wind path Gu immortal. He was a famous person. Even though he had an ultimate technique, he was still very vigilant. Maybe because of this, he was able to live to this day and have such accomplishments. Qin Bai Sheng nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not out of his expectations. In that case, I can only forcefully make a move to keep you here. You want to make a move? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed. His eyes shined with a sharp light. All right, let us have a good fight. It will dispel your unrealistic thoughts. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be controlled by anyone. The moment he said that, he took the initiative to attack. Boom! Hui Fengzi opened his mouth and flicked his tongue. A huge wind blade flew towards Qin Baisheng. Immortal killer move. Death Wind Flying Blade. Good. Qin Baisheng did not move. He only smiled. The wind blade landed on Qin Baisheng, who did not dodge. Golden light shined brightly. The golden light faded. Qin Baisheng was safe and sound. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in shock, My death wind flying blade could not even cut a hair on you. Qin Baisheng smiled, without speaking. How can I fight? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched. His fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. He wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move. Wind escape. He used his signature move that was famous in northern plains. In an instant, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind, flying towards the sky of Luopa Valley. This was a movement killer move. It had allowed Hui Fengzi to escape from danger countless times, causing his enemies to sigh helplessly. The most famous time was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang. But Qin Baisheng watched as Hui Fengzi escaped. He stood on the spot without a change in expression. Rumble in the sky of Luopa Valley. Thunder rumbled. Dark clouds rumbled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and countless evil spirits and monsters showed their vague figures. A terrifying number of millions of them flew under the dark clouds. Hui Fengzi coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was like he had crashed into an iron wall. He was knocked out of his original position. What Gu formation is this? He was shocked and uncertain. The unstoppable wind escape could not break out of this small world. Qin Baisheng smiled. He did not answer Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, Sir, do you want to consider joining us to attack Langya Blessed Land? This time, Hui Fengzi only thought for a few breaths of time. He landed, Qin Baisheng, you are superior after all. Fine, I'll join your operation this time. Qin Baisheng chuckled. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He was a wise man who could adapt to circumstances. Since he could not retreat, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baisheng's conditions were not harsh. Even though Hui Fengzi was slightly unhappy, he had no choice but to join. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 787. Zhongzhou State. Heaven in Heaven, Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was bright and clean. The palace was built with countless pieces of white jade. It was exquisite, beautiful, and quiet. Amidst the group of palaces, there was an old, pure white tower that was covered in scars, and it stood towering like a crane amongst chickens, causing it to be extremely conspicuous. The pagoda's name was Heaven Supervisor. It was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Its meaning was to stand in this pagoda and observe the world. However, the world was unpredictable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had unparalleled talent and wisdom, she could not escape the fate of dying after her lifespan ran out. After that, after the attacks of 3 demon venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal took over. And when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, he also wanted to take over the Celestial Court, but for some reason, he gave up on the idea. Over 3 million years, countless traces of history were deeply imprinted on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Sometimes it was glorious, sometimes it was dark and gloomy. All kinds of vicissitudes had already merged with Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning into a steady and dignified presence, like an ancient tree that had grown from the ancient times, until now, old and new, He was also like a bronze cauldron that witnessed the changes of the world, standing tall and firm. Heaven overseeing tower, Lord used his walking stick as he walked up the stairs step by step. He was a rank 8 goo immortal, but his surging aura of an expert contained an intense aura of old age. His hair was white, and his body was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. His eyes were dim and muddy. Slowly, he lifted his foot, or rather, moved it, which was more appropriate. He was like an old worm, staggering on the long flight of stairs, struggling to move forward. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the white jade staircase beneath his feet, they would flash with a faint light and emit a clear, beautiful, and melodious sound that was like a chime. The wall beside the old man changed as well. Light and shadow constantly changed on the wall. Sometimes it was a blurry fog, sometimes it was a colorful line with unknown meaning. Only a few times did a clear picture appear on the wall. The old man stared at the images on the wall. Every time he ascended a flight of stairs, a bead of immortal elemental energy would be consumed. At the same time, the image on the wall would change. The old man stopped in his tracks. There was an image on the wall, vividly depicted a valley, Luopa Valley. The old man muttered softly. A flash of brilliance flashed across his turbid eyes. The center of the picture. This was a battle between 2 goo immortals, a wind path goo immortal and a metal path goo immortal. At the corner of the image, several goo immortals were standing. They were looking at the center, watching the battle of the goo immortals. The scene continued to change. The battle between 2 goo immortals. The fight was not intense. After exchanging a few blows, they stopped. Finally, the scene stopped at this scene. The wind path goo immortal slowly lowered his head towards the metal path goo immortal. The old man secretly remembered this scene. Of the 99,000 steps leading to the top of the pagoda, only a dozen of them could display such a clear image. Heaven overseeing tower, Lord continued to walk up the stairs. He saw a group of goo immortals in the deep sea. Most of them were immortal zombies. They were currently attacking a blessed land. A female immortal. He was kneeling on the sand, begging an elderly goo immortal. A young goo master was unconscious on the bed. A spirit incubating flea was crawling on his forehead, trembling slightly. He saw a goo immortal with white clothes and blue eyes. He was walking quietly in a forest in southern border. He even saw a dark swamp with an enormous blood path goo immortal cultivating inside. A huge blood path goo immortal was shrouded in it. The more the old man looked, the colder his expression became, the more anger accumulated in his turbid old eyes. These people have escaped the punishment of fate. Finally, he walked up the stairs and stepped onto the top of the pagoda. An immortal goo appeared in front of him. Rank 9 immortal goo, Fate. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. It had a weak aura and a red scar that almost cut it in half. The old man stared at this goo for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house, but its first core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was on the verge of destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing deep hatred. The one who caused such damage to Fate Immortal Goo was none other than the famous Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, he also broke the shackles of fate, allowing all living beings in the world to control their own fate. However, Immortal Goo Fate was not completely destroyed. However, even with the protection of the Celestial Court's immortals, Fate's injury could not be healed even after 1,000,000 years. The cause of this situation was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's doing. Fate Immortal Goo's injury was not only on the goo worm itself, but also on all living beings in the world, those who had escaped the punishment of fate. The existence of these people signified the collapse of fate. Thus, there were two ways to restore fate, immortal goo. On one hand, it was to deal with the injuries on the goo worm. On the other hand, it was to get rid of all the people who had escaped fate and clear the obstacles for fate, immortal goo. No matter which aspect it was a huge problem. This was especially true for the second reason. The 5 regions were vast, and there were people escaping from their fates at every moment. It was very difficult for the celestial court to get rid of these existences. Even if the celestial court was the #1 goo immortal organization, it could only control Central Continent. The other 4 regions were connected to Central Continent by regional walls. The stronger the expert, the harder it was to break through the regional walls. The regional walls of the 5 regions were like layers of protection, isolating the 5 regions into their own domains. Initially, when Fate Immortal Goo was just injured, the Celestial Court's efforts to get rid of the escapees was quite effective. But just a few years later, countless escapees appeared like waves on the sea, unable to deal with them. More than 10 years later, this situation spread throughout the 5 regions. Decades later, immortal zombie existences appeared. Those who should have died were still alive. This was a classic example of escaping fate. This situation had once caused the whole of the Celestial Court to be furious and fearful. By now, humanity was prospering, and even Central Continent had an immortal zombie branch. Survival was a human's instinct. Even the Celestial Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring fate, immortal goo, seemed to be getting further and further away. There was little hope, but the Celestial Court had never given up, because every generation of the Celestial Court goo immortals remembered the majesty of the Celestial Court in the Olden Antiquity era and the glory of the Olden Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone of this glory was Fate Immortal Goo. Before Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable died. The arrangements she made were mainly based on it. Thus, it could resist 3 demon venerables and protect the Celestial Court. Completely restoring Fate Immortal Goo was equivalent to controlling the lives of all living beings in the world. This also meant that the Celestial Court would regain its lofty status. It would become a supreme immortal among immortals, a king of kings. All of his efforts would bear fruit. Fate Immortal Goo had been restored by generations of the Celestial Court's goo immortals. They had paid an unknown price, and after a long period of time, it had slowly recovered and accumulated to its current state. Although it was on the verge of death, it could be barely used. Precisely so, all sorts of images appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower. The escapees and Fate Immortal Goo were irreconcilable enemies. But there were simply too many existences that could escape the punishment of fate. The ones that appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest existences. They were not in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They were not concealed by wisdom path methods. They were the easiest existences to deduce. Soon. Using this refinement path convention to repair the damage of Fate Immortal Goo, there will be a qualitative change. All the investments I made in the past will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be worth it. I will be able to get what I wanted. After the refinement path convention, Fate Immortal Goo will be able to display 50% of its power. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord touched Fate Immortal Goo as he muttered. His expression gradually turned gentle. The anger in his heart also calmed down temporarily. However, before that, I need to get rid of these sinners that escaped fate. All lives, from the moment they are born, their trajectories and endings are already decided. This is the expectation of heaven and earth, nature's plan. How can you be allowed to escape? This is a life that does not belong to you. Thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear scene when he climbed the stairs earlier. Before fate recovers, let me enforce justice in place of heaven, and get rid of these weeds that have climbed the highest central continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Fang Yuan was here. His eyes were tightly shut. Behind him was the largest Lingji in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest. It had already grown into a plump little tree. Its leaves were like a canopy. 7 colored lights shone on Fang Yuan's face. His breathing was calm and steady. Malicious thoughts were surging in his mind like waves, colliding with each other. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The malicious thought goo that I had accumulated for so long was used up just like that. He frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with this result. He first deduced how to add Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, these 2 strength path immortal goo, into the killer move Myriad Self. In the end, he used up half of the malicious thought goo stock, but there was less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Fang Yuan switched to deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. In the end, he used up all of the malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. My transformation path attainment level is still too low. Fang Yuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly sensed that a moving perspective cup goo had entered his immortal aperture. A letter was sent over from the goo. Fang Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words in the letter. The time has come. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he stood up. The person who wrote the letter was Fairy Li Shan. Originally, Fang Yuan had planned to follow thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luopa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan suddenly sent news that made Fang Yuan give up on Luopa Valley's plan. This news was about Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance. After Dongfang Naganori died, he made Dongfang Yuliang the inheritor of his legacy. But the latter was only a mortal goo master. To prevent other goo immortals with ulterior motives from taking this Wisdom Path inheritance, Dongfang Naganori did not directly give the Wisdom Path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, but placed it in a secret location. Fairy Li Shan had many friends. She was good at gathering information. This time, the information was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly left for an unknown location, attempting to obtain the Wisdom Path inheritance. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 788. Northern Plains, Taichio. An intense battle had reached its most crucial moment. On one side were 3 goo masters. On the other side was a myriad beast sheep group. The 2 goo masters were at the front, but they were forced to retreat in front of the aggressive sheep group. The person at the back was wearing a white robe that was stained with blood. His face was like jade, but his expression was fatigued. He was breathing roughly, and his eyelids were drooping. Suddenly, there was a roar. A myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led the elite sheep group and charged towards the 3 goo masters. The charging speed was getting faster. The sheep groups on both sides were like waves in a torrential tide, scattering and opening up a path. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was already in front of them. "Young master, let's retreat. The situation is urgent. We will hold up the rear." "Young master, there is still a long way to go." The 2 goo masters at the front saw this. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted. But the person behind them seemed to be in a bad state, as if he did not hear them. One of the goo masters had a resolute expression. He made a decision and said, "Dong Pakong, you are a flying master. Quickly retreat with young master. I will hold up here." Goo Master Dong Pakong's body shook. He looked at his comrade with hesitation. Tan Wu Feng, the goo master who wanted to stay behind, was Tan Wu Feng. He was a demonic path goo master in his early years, together with Water Demon. Hao Ji Lu, they were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were famous in Northern Plains. Hao Ji Lu joined He Lulan, but Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, and he died. In contrast, Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng joined Dongfang Yuliang. He lost in the Imperial Court contest, but managed to preserve his life, turning from demonic to righteous. He had always been a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous tribe leader, Dongfang Yuliang. But now, Tan Wu Feng was holding up the rear, fighting against the myriad beast sheep group alone. He was using his own life to fight for precious time for his comrades, to let them retreat. There was no hope of survival. It was a death sentence. Dong Pekong was shocked and moved. Although Tan Wu Feng was strong, as a righteous path cultivator, he had the motivation to join Tan Wu Feng. Loyalty, he was filled with doubts. Other than doubts, there was also slight disdain and disdain. However, at this moment, the doubt, contempt, and disdain in Dong Pekong's heart vanished completely, and it transformed into a feeling of guilt and sorrow. In a moment of sincerity, he blurted out, "Good brother, I'll bring young master there." Tan Wufeng's eyes widened. Looking at the flock of sheep that was almost within reach, he was extremely anxious and cursed, "What are you waiting for?" Dong Pekong turned around and left while 2 streams of hot tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that he had to race against time. If he wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice alone was far from enough. On the way to escape, he still needed his flying master's full strength. Even so, the chances of success were less than 30%. However, at this moment, the blood-stained Gu master suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and roared, "7-star lamp!" As he shouted, his whole body shot up. 7 lumps of lights of different colors circled around the white-clothed Gu master's body. Whoosh! A large amount of star thoughts, with the support of the killer move 7-star lantern, burst out. In an instant, this expanse of heaven and earth was dyed in a sparkling and translucent azure color. The starlight was resplendent and dazzling, and it illuminated the faces of the flock of sheep that were caught off guard. The coiling mountain sheep's myriad beast king screamed in fear, but the inertia was too great. The sheep group fell into the countless star thoughts. Rank 4 all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul code Gu, breath concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu danced like butterflies flying in the air. An immortal Gu was at the center. It was the strength path immortal Gu, self-strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal Gu weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal Gu self-strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Fang Yuan had already made preparations. He had activated this strength path phantom army in advance. Immortal killer move, myriad self, first style, giant hand. Fang Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group strength Gu. They entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Fang Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom! A strength path giant hand suddenly appeared. The air, within a radius of several hundred feet, was torn apart. The giant hand pushed. The bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed. Lightning shuttle immortal Gu was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards Gu immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. Chapter 790. Fang Yuan's giant hand had a shocking effect. It immediately attracted many Gu immortals' shocked gazes. In fact, this kind of killer move design idea of accumulating numbers and erupting again was very common. It was like using the most ordinary fire pellet Gu to shoot out a fireball. How could it be more powerful? Most ordinary people would think like this: accumulate fireballs one by one and shoot them out at the same time in battle. That way, with more fireballs, the power of the move would increase. This was the most common and simple way of thinking. But everything was always easy to think of, but it was not easy to actually do it. How could one store the fireballs that were shot out in advance? Even if one accumulated a lot of fireballs, how could they be shot out all at once? Even if they were shot out, how could they aim the fireballs and not shoot randomly? Only after solving these problems would the Gu Master have a killer move in the truest sense of the word. Thus, nurturing, using, and refining Gu worms, every aspect was profound and profound. Especially in the aspect of using Gu, innovation was needed. Even if a killer move was created because of the differences between individuals, every killer move had its own advantages and disadvantages. Fang Yuan's idea of the immortal killer move Myriad Self could be said to have broken through the barriers. It allowed enslavement and strength path to fuse. It was a grand achievement. He had the foundation of strength path. He had also inquired heaven and earth during his second aperture's immortal ascension. Thus he had deep accumulations. Afterwards, he made a huge sacrifice and risked his life by relying on rank 9 wisdom Gu. With endless inspiration in his mind, he was able to create the immortal killer move Myriad Self. In the whole process, Fang Yuan played the most crucial role. But the surrounding environment, wisdom Gu, immortal ascension, and imperial court blessed land's destruction, they all had unique effects. The immortal killer move Myriad Self, which was the fusion of enslavement and strength path, surpassed most immortal killer moves in the world from its design concept alone. With this starting point, if Fang Yuan developed it in the future and perfected it, he could even create a brand new path. Thus, even though Myriad Self was only in its initial stage, its potential was absolutely shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition tactics. Leading an army, using cannon fodder tactics, using absolute numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Strength path, acting as a hero, using all sorts of strength to strengthen one's body. He would kill any god that stood in his way. If an ordinary man was enraged, blood would splash 5 feet into the air. Within this area, a single person could rival a country. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move Myriad Self. Fang Yuan could use the power of a single person to summon tens of millions of strength path phantoms. He commanded as he wished. When fighting against He Cheng, the strength path phantom army forced He Cheng and Xue Songzi to retreat. There was nothing he could do. This was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path in Myriad Self. But now the giant handprint was the exact opposite. It was the embodiment of the enslavement path transforming into the strength path. And the key to this effect was group strength Gu. It was these ancient Gu worms that entered the light lump of the killer move and mobilized the strength path phantom's power, adding it to Fang Yuan's body. There was another crucial point: self-strength immortal Gu. If it was the previous cleanse soul immortal Gu, it would not be able to activate giant hand. The so-called giant handprint was just a hand of the strength path giant. He Lulan had once grasped self-strength immortal Gu. The strongest transformation of her killer move was a strength path giant phantom. Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to save He Lulan and obtained her strength path true meaning. These true meanings were the final catalyst for giant hand. Because of all these factors, the current giant hand was formed. Self-strength immortal Gu was indeed the most suitable core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With its participation, Myriad Self's development would take a step further. It would truly be able to transform enslavement and strength path into each other. Feng Yuan used this move instead of letting out the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He naturally had his considerations. These strength path phantoms all resembled his appearance. Right now, he had committed a huge crime, but needed to conceal his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity had been further exposed. And the killer move look-alike had yet to be deciphered using Wisdom Goo. Giant Hand was suitable for the current Feng Yuan. It had great power but would not expose his identity. The giant fist continued to smash towards Shuozhan. Shuozhan broke out in cold sweat. He retreated quickly, getting further away from the giant hand. With a swoosh, the immortal Goo lightning shuttle, which had just been imprisoned, broke out of the giant hand and flew towards its owner. Divine Lord Tian Du Feng Yuan was not surprised. The design of Giant Hand was indeed influenced by formless hands in the dark. But there was a huge difference between the two. Giant Hand was a strength path killer move, while Formless Hands was the pinnacle of theft path. Formless Hands could capture immortal Goo, while Giant Hand could only imprison them temporarily. It was already a good result. Feng Yuan slowly retracted his move. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand gradually disappeared in the air. During the entire process, his right arm was creaking. Even his strength path, immortal zombie body, was showing signs of being unable to hold on. Now that he retracted his move, his firm and powerful arm actually turned limp. The tendons under his skin were almost all broken. His arm bones were full of cracks, his blood vessels ruptured, and his muscles were in a mess. Giant Hand absorbed strength from the countless strength path phantoms and condensed it on Feng Yuan. The condensed strength was too great. Feng Yuan was like a cornerstone. The giant hand I used this time only gathered the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the power of Giant Hand can only reach this level for now. Giant Hand can be strengthened, but my body has already reached its limit. Feng Yuan thought, regretfully in his heart. His arm slowly hung down, covered by a wide black sleeve. In a short period of time, relying on the strong recovery ability of his immortal zombie body, his arm had already recovered. Even so, the power of Giant Hand was shocking enough. Shuozhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated several li. His gaze towards Feng Yuan was filled with shock and fear. The surrounding Goo immortals subconsciously pulled away from Feng Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's faces, which were covered by their black robes, also showed a strange and complex expression. The power of Giant Hand. They were both inwardly alarmed and wary. But right now, Feng Yuan was on their side. As an ally, the two of them could not help but rejoice. These two feelings were mixed together. Naturally, the feeling was indescribable and complex, especially He Lulan. She sensed that Giant Hand had the aura of her own killer move. She felt a slight sense of defeat. Far away, Free Scholar Yun forced Divine Lord Tian Du to retreat, grabbing Lightning Shuttle Immortal Goo. Divine Lord Tian Du was anxious. He quickly used his method. Only then did he manage to take back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Goo. Free Scholar did not achieve his goal, but he was not discouraged. He smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Feng Yuan, such a powerful immortal killer move. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashed across. This is true rank 7 battle strength. Lu Qingming and the rest had just returned to the periphery of Taichio after killing the ruined bat. Seeing this, their expressions were filled with wariness. Who is this? Pai Shuihan guessed. Giant Hand had just appeared. It was not a familiar immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move. Is it domination immortal Chu Du? Many Gu immortals could not help but guess. There was only one strength path, Gu immortal, with such battle strength in northern plains. But right after that, everyone shook their heads in their hearts. With Chu Du's style, he would not conceal his tracks like this. Tian Du divine, Lord took back, lightning shuttle immortal Gu. He quickly looked around, towards Free Scholar. He did not want to fight anymore. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan was a tough opponent. He was also an iron plate. The three elites of traveling Earth had also rushed back. He knew that he could not take advantage of this with his strength. His expression turned ugly. Although this was a long story, it happened in a short time. Fang Yuan released giant hand before stopping. His arm drooped down. Under countless gazes, he returned to Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He purposely lowered his head, not making a sound, as if what he had done earlier was insignificant. Fairy Li Shan walked in front. He walked behind her, walking side by side with He Lulan. Seeing this, everyone could not help but feel bewildered. Fang Yuan and the other two were wearing black robes. Their clothing was the same. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Seeing that Fang Yuan was willing to stay at the back, the Gu immortals could not help but guess that He Lulan, who was beside Fang Yuan, had battle strength similar to Fang Yuan. And at the front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might even have higher battle strength than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. This simple action was even more shocking than the giant hand earlier in the eyes of many Gu immortals. Even though the immortals knew that Fang Yuan was trying to deceive them, when Fang Yuan and the other two landed on the ground and touched the teleportation Gu formation to capture traces of Dongfang Yuliang and the rest, nobody stopped them. The immortals silently acknowledged the strength of Fang Yuan and the rest. Of course, the main reason was that the wisdom path inheritance had not been found yet. The Gu immortals were astute. There was no need to fight now. In the earlier fight, they were mainly probing and obstructing. They did not reveal their trump cards or attack with full strength. Fang Yuan and the other two searched for clues together. After a few breaths of time, they gasped in surprise. What a good teleportation Gu formation. Fairy Li Shan purposely said in a hoarse voice, as expected of Dongfang Naganori. He purposely left behind a Gu formation to mislead us. He Lulan continued. The clues here definitely have the correct answer, but to find Dongfang Yuliang, we will need luck. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean? A Gu immortal did not understand. He asked loudly. Fang Yuan and the other two did not answer. They suddenly flew into the sky. They left Tai Chiu and split into 3 directions, vanishing from everyone's sight. Next, Free Scholar also landed on the ground. He investigated and found that Fang Yuan and the rest were not lying. It turned out that Dongfang Naganori had tampered with the teleportation Gu formation. He did not intentionally destroy the Gu formation, because this Gu formation could only teleport mortal Gu masters. It could not teleport immortals. After destroying the Gu formation, capable Gu immortals would be able to find even the slightest clue and find Dongfang Yuliang. After all, Dongfang Naganori was good at scheming. He was not good at setting up a teleportation Gu formation. But purposely leaving behind clues and hiding the correct clues, it was hard to distinguish them from the real ones. This way, the Gu immortals would split up. Even if someone found Dongfang Yuliang, it would greatly reduce the latter's pressure. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the other two chose the 3 most likely directions. Free Scholar thought about it. He chose the 4th direction and left Tai Chiu. After him, the Gu immortals arrived one by one. They obtained the clues and left in all directions. Finally, only Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were left. These Gu immortals are really crafty. None of them destroyed the teleportation Gu formation. Even if they destroyed the Gu formation, there would be clues left behind. These demonic path Gu immortals could reach this point. They would not do something so unrewarding. That's right. They are still hoping that even if they fail, someone will find the correct clue. By then, they will cause a commotion and go fight for it. All right, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Chapter 791. All right, let's go down and see if there are any clues, Dongfang Wanxiu said as he deactivated his concealment method, arriving at the place where Dongfang Yuliang vanished. First Supreme Elder, didn't Lord Dongfang Naganori specially take care of him before his death? The Clan Gu immortals beside him were very puzzled. That's right, First Elder specially summoned us here. Right now, the entire tribe has no Gu immortal battle strength left to defend it. I thought that the Great Elder already had some clues in his hands. The Gu immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wanxiu heaved a long sigh, saying in a melancholic tone, "Don't call me First Elder. In my heart, only Lord Dongfang Naganori is our tribe's first Supreme Elder. We all know that Lord Wanxiu was personally guided by Lord Changfan, but now Lord Changfan has already passed away. Who can avoid death? In my opinion, we need to focus on the present. Right now, this matter concerns Lord Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. It attracted so many demonic path Gu immortals. Although our tribe is one of the super forces, if we are not careful, we might face the danger of being overturned. We need to be prudent in our actions. If not for Lord Wanxiu speaking frankly that this was Lord Changfan's arrangement before his death, we would have to leave behind at least one Gu immortal battle strength to guard against the unexpected and preserve our tribe's seed. Now that we are all gathered here, it is very dangerous. The Gu immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wanxiu, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wanxiu waved his hand. Everyone, don't be anxious. Although I do not have the correct clues, I have a way to obtain the correct clues. Saying so, he closed his eyes. He calmly inspected the aura clues left behind by the teleportation Gu formation. The aura of the Gu formation was ever-changing. Every time Dongfang Wanxiu inspected it, it would be different. Dongfang Wanxiu followed the instructions given to him by Dongfang Naganori before his death. He memorized these aura clues and continued to investigate them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew into the air, saying to the others, "Follow me." "Where is this place?" Dongfang Yuliang gradually woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes, and his vision gradually turned from blurry to clear. He had a splitting headache. In fact, it wasn't just his head. His entire body was covered in wounds. His internal organs were bleeding, and there were fractures in many places. I followed the map left behind by Lord Changfan, and have only walked halfway. How did I end up here? Dongfang Yuliang was puzzled. He pondered. At the same time, he immediately began to heal his injuries. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, his injuries were quickly healed. I remember the three of us were meditating and absorbing the primeval energy in the Yuan Stone when the teleportation Gu formation activated and teleported us here. Could it be that the map that Master Dongfang Naganori left me is also fake? Or rather, the latter part was fake. The real destination is halfway there. Dongfang Yuliang felt that this guess was more reliable, based on his understanding of Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's temperament was really capable of doing such a thing. This arrangement, it was also to prevent a wisdom path Gu immortal from making a move. The Gu immortals of other paths were afraid of breaking the clue of Dongfang Yuliang, and were wary of each other. Thus they chose to stay behind and wait for an opportunity. Wisdom path Gu immortals had the ability to search the mind and extract the clues from the map. They could definitely find the correct clues. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong were teleported together with me, but they are nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it was nearby, but who knew? I should find them first before exploring this palace. After a while, Dongfeng Yuliang healed his injuries and started to search around. Looking around, he found that this place seemed to be a group of palaces, and he himself was inside one of the palaces. The palace was luxurious and dilapidated. It was a huge ruin. Dongfeng Yuliang was vigilant, but there was nothing in the palace. No enemies had appeared. Tan Wufeng, young master. After walking for a while, Dongfeng Yuliang met Tan Wufeng. The latter was also looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Pekong at the exit of the palace. Dong Pekong was still unconscious, lying on the ground. Dongfeng Yuliang and Tan Wufeng worked together to save him. The three reunited and were overjoyed. Naturally, Dongfeng Yuliang was the leader. After thinking about it, he decided, if I am not wrong, this should be Lord Cheng Fan's inheritance ground. The first palace has already been searched. There are no clues. Let's go to the second palace to take a look. As he expected, the three went to the second palace and faced a test at the center of the palace. This was a difficult case. Clues and evidence were given. Some were real and some were fake. Time was given. Dongfeng Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to think within a limited time, not only to find the fake evidence, but also to deduce the truth of this case. Dongfeng Yuliang was worthy of being Dongfeng Naganori's successor. He passed the test in less than a third of the time and obtained a set of rank 5 wisdom path goo worms as a generous reward. Dongfeng Yuliang's strength increased greatly. He entered the third palace. This test was an incomplete goo recipe. It tested Dongfeng Yuliang and required him to deduce it within 30 minutes. Boom! A strength path giant hand slammed down like a small mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out a mournful cry. It was heavily injured and was completely pressed to the ground by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled fiercely, but the giant hand pressed down on its body. Eventually, it used up all its strength and gave up resisting, no longer moving. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, joy flashing in his eyes. He followed the clues and searched for the past, but they were all fake. When he reached the 5th clue in his memory, he encountered this desolate beast giant horned sheep. Fang Yuan was excited. He started an intense battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected his luck with Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li, and the rest, Fang Yuan's luck path was no longer a flaw. He encountered no troublesome goo worms on this giant horned sheep. Giant hand was very useful. It was used repeatedly and countered the giant horned sheep, quickly suppressing it. The entire battle, there were no setbacks. Fang Yuan continued to accumulate his advantage, eventually turning it into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. The giant horned sheep is a pure strength path desolate beast. I raised it in my blessed land. Every once in a while, I can harvest its meat and use Eat Strength Immortal Goo to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. I did not expect to see it here. Capturing a giant horned sheep alive is a pleasant surprise. Fang Yuan breathed slowly. His immortal zombie injuries had already healed. He willed. The giant hand slowly grabbed the giant horned sheep and sent it into his immortal aperture. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he often bought Strength Path ingredients from Jewel Yellow Skies, spending a lot. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but in the long run, this huge expenditure made Fang Yuan's heart ache. He had already planned to raise some Strength Path Desolate Beasts as a long-term investment, but it was rare to buy Desolate Beasts in Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention that Fang Yuan was only buying pure Strength Path Desolate Beasts. Extorting Self-Strength Immortal Goo was the right decision. My battle strength has returned to rank 7, and even Giant Hand can compare to the Strength Path Phantom Army. I need to be more practical. Ordinary desolate beasts like the giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even if I face the swamp crab that destroyed Dang Hun Mountain, I can also defeat it head-on. Even if it has gruel mud immortal goo, it can protect Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the feeling of controlling the situation. He was calm and unhurried. He was not anxious. He understood the situation. There were too many wolves, but there was only one prey. With his strength alone, the possibility of him annexing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very low. If there are no accidents, even if I obtain this wisdom path inheritance, it will be incomplete. Sigh. I wonder when I can obtain a truly complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan was thinking when Fairy Li Shan's information was transmitted from his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information-gathering ability was something Fang Yuan could not compare to. It turned out that someone had already discovered the true location of Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, and had already started fighting over there. Precisely because of this, the commotion was huge, attracting more and more Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan successfully met up, and when they arrived, there were already more than 10 Gu immortals pacing around the periphery. Ah, it's them. Be careful. These three are very mysterious. They are somewhat unfathomable. I just returned from the southeast direction. I saw that person use giant hand to capture a giant horned sheep desolate beast. Demonic path, Gu immortals valued strength the most. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made them wary. Thus, when they flew over, the Gu immortals in the air subconsciously made way for them. This is the inheritance location? Dongfang Naganori really racked his brains. Fang Yuan looked down and said with deep emotions. Below him was the corpse of a ruin bat. This ruin bat was not simple. It was an immemorial desolate beast. When it was alive, it could battle rank 8 Gu immortals. It was a space path desolate beast. Its corpse had countless space path Dao marks. These Dao marks affected this space, creating a group of illusory palaces. As long as one stepped into its range, they would be pulled into the palace. Unless one was a rank 8 Gu immortal, only they could resist this enormous force. This ruin bat died in the depths of Taichio. There were no desolate beasts in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. This was a forbidden area among forbidden areas, a dangerous place among dangerous areas. Dongfang Naganori was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he could actually set up a wisdom path inheritance here. This showed that he was indeed the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He was truly extraordinary. Just as the immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already entered the 8th palace. You are finally here, the successor that I have my eyes on. A nebula formed into Dongfang Naganori's appearance, appearing in front of Dongfang Yuliang's group. Teacher! Dongfang Yuliang kowtowed with tears in his eyes. Nebula nodded, looking down at Dongfang Yuliang. To be able to enter, you have great talent. This is not the final palace, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you perfect this Gu formation and activate it, you will completely inherit this wisdom path inheritance and obtain my wisdom path immortal Gu. Teacher, I will do my best. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shone with intense fighting spirit. Chapter 792. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out incessantly. In the sky, Gu immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path Gu immortals were always pragmatic. They did not hesitate for long before someone flew down. Since Dongfang Naganori chose the immemorial ruin bat's corpse as the wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his reasons. The phantom beast army was alerted like a huge black cloud. It rose up from the demonic path Gu immortals' feet. These phantom beasts had strange appearances. They did not fear death, but they were good at dodging. Several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocked the demonic path Gu immortals. Phantom beasts have always been rare. They can only be found in places with dense space path Dao marks. There are actually so many here. He Lulon fought as she cursed. She lost self-strength immortal Gu. Her battle strength fell sharply. Although she could use strength chi immortal Gu to replace it and use the strength path phantom giant killer move, it was not good for her to show herself now. Thus, she was quite helpless in dealing with them. Don't be anxious. Fairy Li Shan consoled. Phantom beasts can turn phantom and avoid all attacks. The phantom path of Gu masters was inspired by Gu immortal Su Wuxia from phantom beasts. As long as no ancient desolate beast level phantom beasts appear, we will be able to enter the immemorial ruin bat's corpse sooner or later. Just as she said this, a large group of phantom beasts flew over. Long, Wind, Literature, CFW, X. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, blocking in front of the two as he activated Myriad Self Giant Hand. A Strength Path Giant Hand appeared. Its 5 fingers stretched out as it grabbed at them. Strength Path Giant Hands were heavy and powerful, but as it clawed down, the battle results were weak. This group of over 1,000 phantom beasts only lost dozens of them. Most of the phantom beasts had blurry figures. Only a few translucent traces were left on the spot. When Fang Yuan slowly retracted his strength path giant hand, these phantom beasts appeared again. They turned solid and charged at Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fairy Li Shan, who was beside him, waved her hand. A huge sea of fire rained down. The flames burned in the air for several miles, forming a barrier in the air. The void beasts charged into the sea of flames. He used the same trick again. He turned invisible and avoided the burning flames. His charging footsteps never stopped. However, just as they rushed out of the edge of the sea of fire, Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He raised his hand and clenched it. Puchi, this time. Fang Yuan gripped it firmly. Hundreds of virtual beasts were crushed into a bloody pulp, instantly losing their lives. The hand slowly opened, and blood and bone fragments fell like rain. Between the 5 fingers, there was blood. There were over 1,000 faux beasts in this group. However, most of them died on the spot after being grabbed by Fang Yuan. The remaining faux beasts lost their will to fight in the face of the majestic Fang Yuan and fled in all directions. With a flip of his hand, Fang Yuan killed this group of faux beasts. However, he was not pleased with himself. Instead, his expression turned grave as he said, "These ordinary faux beasts are still manageable. They can only turn illusory for a short period of time. As long as we cooperate well, we can get rid of them. The truly troublesome ones are the desolate beast level faux beasts." Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan nodded slowly. They observed their surroundings while also paying attention to the battles afar. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, the 2 rank 7 Gu immortals, were fighting against 2 desolate level faux beasts each. Desolate level faux beasts were extraordinary indeed. They could turn illusory for a long period of time. Thus, even though they only had rank 6 battle strength, they were very difficult to deal with. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan could not deal with them in a short period of time. But the 2 were experienced. After fighting a few times, they recognized the situation and calmed down. They started to deal with the faux beasts calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in danger. A desolate level faux beast suddenly turned phantom. Its speed increased as it charged towards Gu immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was trapped inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, while the phantom beast could not harm Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast turned solid. Han Dong was trapped inside the phantom beast's body. Thus, he fell into its stomach. The phantom beast roared proudly. It flew up and brought Han Dong away from Lu Qingming and Su Guang. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were known as the traveling three elites when they worked together. They could match rank 7 Gu immortals. But they were working together. It was not as good as fighting alone. Once Han Dong left, the remaining two's battle strength fell. They were no longer as strong as before. The two were anxious. They quickly chased and tried to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that swallowed Han Dong fell down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks and did not turn phantom. Han Dong was also attacking inside its stomach. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Halfway through its flight, it was already exhausted and coughed out blood. How can this phantom beast be so stubborn? When they fought earlier, it was very slippery, but when it was attacked, it would turn phantom and dodge. Quickly turn phantom. Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's expression was grim. Can't you tell? There must be a mastermind behind this. Dongfang Naganori, I underestimated you. In the ruined hall, the nebula that Dongfang Naganori left behind looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. His body was shining with dazzling starlight. His thick body was shrinking at a visible rate, becoming thinner. This was the style of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he was dead, the methods he left behind could be used and even manipulated this phantom beast army to stall for time for the inheritor behind him. Faster, faster, faster. Behind him, Dongfang Yuliang was sweating profusely. He squeezed out all of his potential to complete this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After passing it, he would obtain the immortal Gu left behind by Dongfang Naganori, the essence of the wisdom path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate level phantom beast was about to bring Han Dong back to the headquarters, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dongfang Naganori had such an excellent enslavement path method. He hid it so deeply. Brother Han Dong is in danger now. What do we do now? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are close to each other. They are almost inseparable. It is not surprising. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with determination. But when you were alive, Dongfang Naganori, we were wary of you and could retreat for you. But now that you are dead, you want to use this method to deal with us. You are underestimating the heroes of the world. As he spoke, his body shook, and he stretched out his arms with all his might like a large bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, he retracted his arms in front of his chest. He did not bend his elbows at all. He placed his palms together in front of his chest. With a crisp paw sound, a gust of wind shot out from the palm, instantly stirring up a gale. The winds danced, forming wind blades that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of them. The wind blades gathered into a lump. They formed into a huge dark green ball of vines. They tangled together as they charged towards the desolate level phantom beast. It appeared, Brother Lu's immortal killer move, Entangled Wind. Su Guang's expression shook. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If it landed on the phantom beast, blood would splatter everywhere. Blood would definitely be spilled, and they would successfully rescue Han Dong. And this entangled wind was powerful and ingenious. It was Lu Qingming's famous move. He could use it at will and split it apart with a single thought. Precisely so, when it landed on the phantom beast, it would turn phantom and the entangled wind would land on Han Dong instead. Lu Qingming could use his own strength to split the entangled wind in time. Once the entangled wind was split, even though the attack range would increase, its power would also be scattered. Han Dong would be able to endure it. But right at the moment of success, a vine dragon flew towards the entangled wind. Free scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and glared furiously. He quickly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. Another water lotus suddenly bloomed in the direction where the entangled wind fell. This was the help of the rank 7 Gu immortal Pai Shui Han. Lu Qingming snorted coldly. The entangled wind dispersed. A small portion of it fell into the water lotus in time. Most of the wind blades went around the water lotus and gathered behind it, forming a smaller entangled wind that continued to charge towards the desolate level phantom beast. However, right at this moment, a strength path giant hand stretched out from the clouds and grabbed the entangled wind. With a loud sound, the strength path giant hand and entangled wind both disintegrated. Using this gap, the void, level desolate beast successfully flew towards the palaces below. A ripple flashed in the air as it vanished. Ah! His plan failed. Su Guang shouted in anger. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan in anger. I will kill you. Fang Yuan snickered coldly, hooking his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack when Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him. Calm down, Su Guang. Lu Qingming's eyes were bloodshot. We will definitely take revenge for this, but the urgent matter now is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang suppressed his anger as he clenched his fists. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu, you are right. Only by finding Han Dong, the three of us can work together and have rank 7 battle strength. Before that, there were only the two of them left. If they tried to find trouble with a rank 7 battle strength like Fang Yuan, they would only be humiliating themselves. After the two conversed, they turned around and attacked the palaces below. The palaces did not move at all. They were only an illusion. Space rippled as 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming were anxious to save Han Dong. They used their full strength without holding back. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were forced to retreat. Pai Shui Han saw this and snickered. This was the result he wanted. Demonic Path Gu immortals were wary of each other until the final moment. No one would use their full strength. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the charge, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. There will be one less true competitor. At the side, Free Scholar smiled. He dealt with the desolate level phantom beasts while looking at Pai Shui Han and Fang Yuan, especially when he saw that Fang Yuan and the rest were still standing together without any desolate level phantom beasts around them. A solemn expression flashed in his eyes. It is not a good thing that these 3 are so relaxed. Free Scholar willed as he led the desolate level phantom beasts towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan was already very observant. His gaze turned cold as he looked at this scene. He retreated as he stretched out his hands. 2 large handprints flew out with a loud rumble. They attacked the unfettered scholar without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him. He can use 3 hand seals at once. Free Scholar's body froze. He felt even more wariness, just as they were fighting and plotting against each other. An elderly Gu immortal silently appeared in the palace that Dongfang Yuliang was in. His eyes shined with divine light as he looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, as well as Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, before looking at the huge Gu formation on the walls and floor of the palace. Good formation, good formation. Even I, Kenyang Laojun, am seeing this for the first time. He praised. Chapter 793. Who are you? Dongfang Yuliang was very shocked when he saw Kenyang Laojun. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong were on guard. The aura that Kenyang Laojun naturally emitted made them feel fear. Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly turned around and said calmly to Kenyang Laojun, "You also want to inherit my star path inheritance?" Kenyang Laojun was slightly stunned. He then sized up Nebula and said with a surprised tone, "Oh, I also have this qualification? You can pass the test. You are a capable person. Appearing now means you are fated with the inheritance. If the wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Naganori, left behind is passed to those wretched and useless people, wouldn't my reputation be tarnished? Future generations will laugh at me, a grand wisdom path immortal, who can't even make a mess of his funeral arrangements." Nebula paused for a moment before continuing. "Since you are an outstanding talent, you naturally have the qualification to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. However, this child was chosen by me when I was alive. He is currently undergoing the test. You cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will have no chance. If he fails, you will have a chance to try. Dongfang Naganori, you are indeed the #1 person in Northern Plains. You have courage." Kenyang Laojun could not help but size up Dongfang Naganori's Nebula. He sighed and said, "Honestly, I originally planned to snatch it, but since that is the case, there is no harm in waiting." Kenyang Laojun was powerful, but this place had already been arranged by Dongfang Naganori. Even if he snatched it, he would only obtain an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. One had to know that the more complete a wisdom path inheritance was, the more valuable it was. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Kenyang Laojun naturally didn't want to miss it. His gaze shifted from Dongfang Naganori's Nebula to Dongfang Yuliang. After a slight pause on Dongfang Yuliang, it shifted to Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong had been on high alert ever since they appeared. Kenyang Laojun's gaze was extremely calm, but Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong were alarmed by it. A great sense of danger filled their hearts. "What are you trying to do?" Dongfang Yuliang sensed that something was amiss and roared. Kenyang Laojun chuckled. He didn't move at all. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pokong's bodies suddenly burst into flames. "Ah!" The two of them screamed miserably and lay on the floor, struggling violently. However, the yellow-green flames never stopped burning. It was roasting. It was giving these two rank 5 Gu masters a pain worse than death. Kenyang Laojun had a cold and cruel smile on his face. His intentions. He naturally wanted to deal with Dongfang Yuliang. If Dongfang Yuliang failed, he would have a chance to try. But if he wanted to eliminate Dongfang Yuliang, Nebula would not allow it. This would instead cause Kenyang Laojun to lose his chance. Thus, Kenyang Laojun targeted Dong Pokong and Tan Wufeng. To Dongfang Yuliang, these two were loyal and were his right and left arms. He was naturally greatly affected. He was also a smart person. He immediately knelt on the ground and asked Dongfang Naganori's Nebula for help. "Master, without these two, Yuliang would not have been able to get here. Please save them." Nebula, however, waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Compassion does not command troops. Benevolence does not scheme. Dongfang Yuliang, you are indeed my main body's disciple. But my main body is dead. I am only a nebula that he left behind. My main task is to find a suitable inheritor for the inheritance. My help to you has already reached the limit. Even if you beg, it is useless. Rather than wasting time kneeling on the ground, I advise you to use the time to complete the Gu formation and pass the test." Nebula said this on the surface, but at the same time, another transmission resounded in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. "Yuliang! Oh, Yuliang, the situation is dangerous now. This immortal is a huge threat and has great battle strength. Even when I was alive, I had to be wary. Not to mention now, I am only a will. I purposely deceived him and stabilized him. Quickly complete the Gu formation. This formation is an inheritance and also a method to counter enemies. If you can complete the Gu formation in time, you will be able to use its strength and battle Gu immortals. By then, you might even be able to save your two subordinates' lives." Land spirits were pure. They would never deceive others. Their words and actions were all true. But Nebula was a will. He had the ability to deceive others. Dongfang Yuliang heard Nebula's secret transmission, and his heart shook. He finally understood Nebula's difficulties. He cried out in sorrow as he stood up, shouting at Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong, "Brothers, you must persevere. I will definitely save your lives." Saying this, he gritted his teeth and buried his head with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the Gu formation. Kenyang Laojun frowned. He willed as flames surged. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong's expressions twisted. Their cries of pain doubled in volume. They cried out in pain. They wished they were dead, but they did not die immediately. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Kenyang Laojun, they were as fragile as puppets. They were at his mercy. They could not die even if they wanted to. Dongfang Yuliang heard the cries of pain, but his mind became clearer. His gaze became resolute. He was not overwhelmed by hatred and anger. Blood started to flow out of the corners of his eyes. This was a sign that he was calculating with all his might. He was expending a lot of mental energy. Kenyang Laojun tortured the two for a while, but found that there was no effect. It made Dongfang Yuliang work even harder. The incomplete Gu formation was being completed at a faster rate. Kenyang Laojun could not help but show worry on his face. If this goes on, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, then his efforts would be in vain. Dongfang Yuliang really had a chance of succeeding, not only because of his outstanding performance, but also because he was chosen by Dongfang Naganori. He had to have talent. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, Kenyang Laojun could snatch it with his own battle strength. But the problem was his central continent identity. He was a central continent Gu immortal. Coming to northern plains was a dangerous journey. There were 5 regions in the world. No matter which one, they were all xenophobic, especially in northern plains with the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. There was a huge commotion. If his identity as a central continent Gu immortal was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Thus, Kenyang Laojun, he preferred to do things secretly. To save time, he would avoid meeting them if he could, and avoid fighting if he could. Kenyang Laojun looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, his gaze flickering. His heart surged with the urge to secretly make a move on Dongfang Yuliang. But he was afraid he would lose the qualifications to do so. He would be overly suspicious and miss the opportunity. He would only obtain an incomplete inheritance with low value. But he was also afraid Nebula would lie to him. With his experience as Kenyang Laojun, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even after his death, Nebula could make a strong enemy like Kenyang Laojun hesitate with just a few words. Outside in the sky, the battle between the Gu immortals and phantom beasts continued. Free scholars saw that Fang Yuan had sent out 3 giant hands. The wariness in his heart deepened. His body froze, but soon his speed increased. He charged towards Fang Yuan again, even against 2 strength path giant hands. He had no intention of retreating. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan and the rest down with him. He wanted to probe the details of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan saw that he could not intimidate the free scholar. He was not discouraged. He manipulated the 2 strength path giant hands and attacked free scholar without any qualms. He really dares to attack. They are shedding all pretenses. He 2 rank 7 battle strengths. This is going to be a good show. I need to hide far away to avoid being implicated. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a wide space for Fang Yuan and Free Scholar. Free Scholar was agile. Fang Yuan's 2 strength path giant hands could not even touch his sleeves, let alone grab him. Free Scholar wore a white robe. He had a tall crown and black hair. He flew like a spirit crane, free and unrestrained. Seeing that the 2 hands could not grab him, Fang Yuan's body shook as he sent out 2 more giant hands. Together with the Strength Path giant hands that were protecting him, he sent out a total of 5 Strength Path giant hands. Each Strength Path giant hand absorbed the strength of 20,000 Strength Path phantoms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, then condensed into one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. According to Fang Yuan's current body, he could only withstand the strength of 20,000 Strength Path phantoms. Any more, and before the Strength Path giant hands could attack, his own arms would collapse first. But don't forget that Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed immortal zombie. In reality, he had 8 arms. If he used each arm, he could summon 8 giant hands of strength. 5 was far from his limit. 4 Strength Path giant hands flew around in the air, trying to capture Free Scholar. Although the latter was not as calm as before, he was still safe and sound. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Sir, is this all you can do?" He was called unfettered. He was proficient in movement. Even though Fang Yuan's Strength Path giant hands were powerful, they were not fast, thus they could not do anything to Free Scholar. Unless Free Scholar made a mistake, Fang Yuan would not be able to seize the opportunity. This was the limitation of giant hands. Even though giant hands were strong, they had their weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Even though Free Scholar was in an invincible position, he felt a chill in his heart. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made his heart feel heavy, especially when He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were still standing behind Fang Yuan. They seemed to be playing around. Were these two really stronger? Even if Free Scholar makes a move, he cannot force out their true methods. At the other side, Pai Shuihan, who was also a rank 7 Gu immortal, was also bewildered. No, his gaze turned resolute. A portion of the waves under his feet created a huge wave that was over 100 feet tall, crashing towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Speaking of which, Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were not on good terms. They had even fought each other before. They had a grudge against each other. But now that Fang Yuan displayed a powerful method, Pai Shuihan was not an ordinary person. He let go of the grudge in his heart and turned his firepower to cooperate with Free Scholar, attacking Fang Yuan. 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated even further. "Come at me!" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, showing no fear as he sent out 3 more hands. There were a total of 8 gigantic Strength Path hands. 3 of them blocked off the unfettered scholar, while the other 3 flew towards Pai Shuihan. The remaining 2 circled around his body, faintly preparing to attack. They were ready to make a move, making one feel incomparably fearful. Immortal Gu auras appeared on He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies. There was more than one aura of these immortal Gu. There were at least 2 different auras rising up without the slightest bit of concealment. But even this could not scare Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. The 2 immortals looked at each other. One of them shouted, "So many immortal Gu, you 3 must be famous people. You are hiding yourselves. Are you Righteous Path Gu immortals?" The other shouted, "I am familiar with the people of Northern Plains. I wonder which old friend of mine is joking with me. Free Scholar? Or perhaps you are not Northern Plains Gu immortals." Both of them had spoken words that struck at the heart. One slandered Fang Yuan, and the rest, as Righteous Path Gu immortals, they were isolated among the Demonic Path Gu immortals. The other was even more ruthless. He directly suspected that Fang Yuan and the rest were not Northern Plains Gu immortals, inciting the other Demonic Path Gu immortals to unite against a common enemy. Gu immortals were people with deep thoughts. When they fought, it was not as simple as clashing swords and blades. The battle of words was a contest of mind and wits. Floating astronomy. Chapter 794. Ever since the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains' immortal world was shaken. They had been searching for the culprit. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had ulterior motives. Not only did they work together to attack Fang Yuan, they even tried to isolate Fang Yuan. At this point, Fang Yuan had no choice but to speak. You two want to slander me and provoke me? Hee, you are underestimating me and also underestimating the Gu Immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu Immortal. I can sense the aura of Northern Plains at a glance. If you two want to create rumors, please say something more convincing. The other demonic path, Gu Immortals, retreated even further. He Lolan's lips twitched. Fang Yuan was clearly the main culprit, but he said it like it was the truth, full of confidence. What the unfettered scholar and Pai Shuihan didn't know was that their intentional slander was actually a lucky hit. The one who caused the destruction of Imperial Court-blessed land was not Fang Yuan. Who else could it be? The verbal confrontation was blocked by Fang Yuan. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan were silent. They increased their attacks. Facing the pincer attack of 2 rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He blocked left and right. He could not hold on much longer. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while the other 2 were genuine rank 7 Gu Immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap. Fang Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but as the strength path giant hand was activated for a long time, Fang Yuan's arm could not hold on any longer. It showed signs of exploding into minced meat. I have a woodpath killer move. It is my trump card. I rarely use it. It can block one of them and can even heavily injure them. But I need Fang Yuan to restrain them and restrict them to a certain position. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and secretly transmitted her voice. Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, replying, "The power of the Strength Path Giant Hand is astonishing, but its speed is not fast. Wanting to capture any one of them is extremely difficult. The hope is slim." "Fairy, please wait. I still have a plan. If this plan fails, it won't be too late for you to make a move then." Oh, Fairy Li Shan heard this. He restrained himself. They exchanged a few more blows. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were closing in, and Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. This is the moment. An electric light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He controlled the 6 Strength Path giant hands and slammed them down. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were below the giant hand. Immediately, he felt a strong pressure. From top to bottom, it was going to crush him. For a moment, the air seemed to have thickened. The giant hands created strong winds, causing Free Scholar's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pai Shuihan's face tensed up. The Strength Path giant hands slammed down. With ferocious auras, the spectators' hearts jumped. But Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were already familiar with the Strength Path giant hands. The former snorted while the latter smiled. They used movement killer moves to dodge. But Fang Yuan was different from before. He did not stop. Instead, he increased the power of his method, controlling the 6 giant hands and slamming them down. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Nebula in Dongfang Naganori was stunned. Not good. Nebula's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boom. The 6 Strength Path giant hands fiercely slapped the air. The space rippled, and the loud sound was like the roar of thunder. Countless Space Path Dao marks in the air were destroyed by the Strength Path giant hands. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were destroyed. The concealing illusions disappeared. The immemorial desolate beast-level ruin bat's true appearance was revealed. Such a huge ruin bat. Its body was flat, lying on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters tall. Its bat wings were wide and thick, covering a radius of more than 10 li. The bat wings were slightly lower. Its head was the tallest, looking down from above. It looked like a small mountain. There was a huge wound on the ruined bat's back. The wound was very deep. Fang Yuan knew that this was the fatal wound that killed the ruined bat, but he did not know what had caused it. At the edges of the wound, the ruined bat's flesh and fur were almost completely rotten. Its white skeleton was exposed. Surrounded by these skeletons, the space path Tao marks were extremely dense. They weaved into a net and created a small space. In this space, there was a palace that was almost in ruins. Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands had already broken this small space, connecting it to the outside world. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside. Whoever gets it first will get it. Kill your way in. Wealth moved people's hearts. The inheritance of the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains was a huge temptation to the demonic path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan directly opened up a passage, igniting the greed in the demonic path Gu Immortals' hearts. When the first demonic path Gu Immortal flew down, the other demonic path Gu Immortals felt an intense sense of urgency. They flew down hurriedly. Free Scholar hesitated. Pai Shuihan had already given up on Fang Yuan, flying down the passage. Free Scholar sighed lightly. After taking a deep look at Fang Yuan, he turned into a white light and charged towards the passage. But at the next moment, 6 new desolate beast level phantom beasts and an ancient phantom beast flew out of the small space, colliding with the demonic path Gu Immortals. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan squinted, feeling slightly shocked. Kenyang Laojun was also shocked. The urgency of the situation made him wake up. After snorting coldly, a cruel smile flashed on his face. Flames surged, burning Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong into charcoal. These 2 rank 5s were pitiful, peak existences of the mortal world. They had followed Dongfeng Yuliang to this stage after much difficulty. But with a thought from Kenyang Laojun, they were completely burned to death. At the same time, Kenyang Laojun snorted coldly. Dongfeng Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground like he was struck by lightning. Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates and still dare to plot against me. Dongfeng Yuliang struggled to stand up, shouting in anger and grief. Kenyang Laojun's pupils turned as he sneered. Don't slander me. I did not do anything. Saying so, the corner of his eyes was fixed on Dongfeng Naganori's nebula. This was Kenyang Laojun's probing. He wanted to see how this nebula's methods were, whether his earlier words were true or not. Dongfeng Naganori's nebula saw this and sighed, saying, "This is as far as I can go. All right, everyone come out." Just as he said so, a change occurred. In the hall, a piercing light burst out. The light quickly dissipated. 8 Dongfeng tribe Gu immortals appeared together. They appeared at the same time and surrounded old Lord Kenyang in the middle from afar. They shouted, "Old scoundrel, you dare to covet our tribe's inheritance. Today is the day of your death. This old scoundrel is despicable, but the traitor in our tribe is even more despicable. Speak. Who leaked the information about the secret passage to you?" Kenyang Laojun could no longer remain calm. Panic flashed on his face as he looked at Nebula with shock and anger. So this was a plot against me. Dongfeng Naganori's Nebula. He nodded. That's right. Before my main body died, he had instructed Dongfeng Wanxiu to teach him the correct method. Using this method, he obtained the secret passage from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the location of this secret passage to the 7 Gu immortals around him. Next, on the way here, he met with my arrangements and was purposely attacked by a group of desolate beasts, restraining him. And this traitor of our tribe is clearly among the 8 of them. The traitor saw that the desolate beasts were a burden and could not come personally. He was also afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would fall into someone else's hands, so he used a certain method to pass this information to you. After you obtained the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu immortals and arrived here first. Kenyang Laojuan's expression was grim. He stared at Nebula as his eyes twitched, saying eerily, "So that's it? Even though you know that there is a traitor in Dongfang tribe, you do not know who it is." "That's right," Nebula nodded. "But now, it seems that the traitor is among these 8. Who is it that betrayed the bloodline, betrayed the tribe?" Dongfang Wanqiu shouted at this time. "At this point, you have already exposed yourself. It will only take a moment to find you. Are you still not going to show yourself?" Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had grim expressions while others were furious. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. And Kenyang Laojun was a genuine rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, but they knew that one or even several of them were traitors. Thus, they were on guard against each other and did not make a move. Kenyang Laojun slowly frowned, looking at Nebula. "Wait, since you planned this and targeted me, you could have made a move before I came in. Why did you delay until now?" Nebula stood on the spot, not answering him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence, but the sounds of intense battle could be heard from afar. Kenyang Laojun was moved. He realized, "I understand. You want to use me to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. You only need to make Dongfang Yuliang fail on purpose to make me think that I can compete for this inheritance. By then, these demonic path Gu immortals outside will be my opponents. Of course, with your intelligence, it is very likely that you have a better way to make me your chess piece. When I fight with these demonic path Gu immortals and weaken both sides, you Gu immortals can reap the benefits. What a good scheme! A good scheme. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of arrangement, there will always be accidents." The star will said, as if admitting old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands. "Master." Dongfang Yuliang stood blankly on the spot. He did not know what to do at this moment. He was both happy and sad. He was happy that the enemy was controlled. His tribe had come prepared. The sad thing was that he was just a bait, a decoy for the enemy. His hard work, the sacrifice of Tan Wu Feng, Dong Pekong, and the rest seemed like a joke. As if sensing Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, Nebula turned around and looked at his chosen inheritor, saying, "Yuliang, no need to think too much. I indeed want to use the wisdom path inheritance to trap the enemy and get rid of the traitor in my tribe. This scheme is real. The wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He comes from one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate. The enemy also has a wisdom path Gu immortal. And only by truly setting up the wisdom path inheritance here will I not expose any flaws and be seen through by the enemy wisdom path Gu immortals. So it is like this." Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook. He felt ashamed but also admiration. He was ashamed of himself for letting his imagination run wild. He admired his master, Dongfang Naganori. The latter had painstakingly worked hard. Even after his death, he wanted to set up a scheme to benefit Dongfang tribe and get rid of the internal threat. And the enemy was so strong. Dongfang Naganori's arrangement was due to his wisdom and also the helplessness of facing a strong enemy. Experiencing the hardships of his master, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more ashamed in his heart. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 795. All right, Yuliang, go and complete your Gu formation. Only by passing this final round can you inherit my main body's inheritance. As for you, Kenyang Laojun, you shall die here today." Dongfang Naganori's Nebula said slowly. Kenyang Laojun took a step back, saying arrogantly, Humph, even though I am alone, you are just a group of rank sixes. Together with a mere will, you want to take my life? Don't forget that my accomplice is among you. There are also demonic path goo immortals outside. They are like wolves and tigers. Your phantom beasts won't be able to resist them for long. He said this, but his expression was already filled with vigilance and vigilance. To be able to live to such an age and obtain such achievements, the virtue of a cautious nature was absolutely indispensable. Kenyang Laojuan's words were also true. They were aimed at Dongfang tribe's weakness. Precisely because of this, even though Dongfang tribe had many goo immortals, they did not attack rashly. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula chuckled. In the remote antiquity era, when the creator of Wisdom Path, star constellation Immortal Venerable, died, she could deduce 1,000,000 years after her. She caused the 3 demon venerables to return without accomplishing anything, protecting celestial court. Dongfang Naganori. Even though I am far from star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still deduce 100 years after my death. Since I set this up, I have my own trump cards. The moment he said that, an illusory goo formation appeared in the hall. Countless goo worms danced in the air, like thousands of spider webs, interweaving in the hall. Compared to this formation, Dongfang Yuliang's perfected goo formation was like a baby under the feet of an adult. Kenyang Laojun saw this, and his expression turned ugly. His expression immediately turned ugly. This is a void formation. To think that you, Dongfang Naganori, have such deep attainment in Phantom Path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary goo formations were easily destroyed once they were exposed, because the goo worms that formed the goo formation were all corporeal, and goo worms were very fragile. Even if it was the immortal grade spring autumn cicada, as long as Fang Yuan gently pinched it with 2 fingers, it would shatter and be destroyed. But this phantom formation used a high-level method of phantom path, turning the goo worms that formed the goo formation into phantoms. But it did not hinder the goo formation's operation. The phantom beasts could block Fang Yuan and the other demonic path goo immortals for so long. This was because the void beasts were born with the ability to turn invisible. Once it became void state, all techniques would be useless. Nebula openly displayed the goo formation and was not afraid of Kenyang Laojun destroying it because the goo formation was phantom. Kenyang Laojun could only watch helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. The goo formation started to activate. The hall was filled with dazzling light. Ha ha ha. Kenyang Laojun suddenly laughed out loud. I can't think of anything against the virtual array, so I'll just kill you. Everyone be careful. He's coming. Beware of spies. Don't be careless. This is a crucial battle that will decide the survival of our tribe. That's right, as long as we get through this, we will have a bright future ahead of us. Dongfang tribe's goo immortals were already waiting with full concentration. Everyone, don't be impatient. He won't be able to get here in a short period of time. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula was calm and composed. At the next moment, Kenyang Laojun attacked, but his movements were extremely slow. The flames that he shot out were extremely fast, but now they were as slow as snails. Kenyang Laojun soon realized that it was not that he was slow, but the space in front of him contained a profundity that could not be observed by the naked eye. It looked like a short distance, but it was a condensed space. I spent decades and countless efforts to create this formation. This hall looks ordinary, no different from the other halls around it. Actually, I had already gathered most of the space path Tao marks in the ruined bat's corpse here. We look like we are only tens of steps away from Kenyang Laojun, but the actual distance is more than 1,000 li, Nebula said slowly, as expected of Lord Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang tribe's goo immortals were relieved. Their eyes shined as they looked at Nebula with deep admiration. Nebula nodded. This is the crucial moment. I will tell you the truth. This formation is a huge killing formation. With my Wisdom Path Immortal Goo as the core and Blood Path Immortal Goo as the support, once activated, its power is immense. It has the power to split heaven and earth. Especially with the addition of Blood Path Immortal Goo, it is even more effective against Goo Immortals. As long as the Goo formation is activated, not only can we kill Kenyang Laojun, we can even kill the demonic path Goo Immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will definitely become famous in Northern Plains. Both the righteous and demonic path, as well as the other forces, will be wary of us. After this battle, move this formation back to the tribe's blessed land. If Yu Liang obtains it through my inheritance, he will be the person in charge. Dongfang tribe's Goo Immortals heard this and became extremely excited. In contrast, Kenyang Laojun could not conceal his bewilderment. Nebula continued, "When my main body was alive, although I had formed an alliance with the Righteous Path superforces and made an agreement, in this world, only when one has true strength can one ensure one's safety. All of you must remember, don't place your hopes in the hands of others." Dongfang tribe's Goo Immortals nodded, expressing their understanding. Dongfang Ikong said, anxiously, "Then Lord Chongfan, there is a traitor in our tribe. Even if we guard against it, it is hard to guard against a traitor." "Don't be anxious." Nebula laughed. "I have not finished speaking. Everything has its pros and cons, gains and losses. This Goo formation is extremely powerful, but it has a huge flaw. Activating this formation requires the Goo Immortals' Immortal Aperture Origin Core." What? Many Dongfang tribe's Goo Immortals were speechless. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was the foundation of the Immortal Aperture. Once it was taken out, the Immortal Aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. And if the Goo Immortal did not advance, they would fall back. Once the time was up, the Immortal Aperture would face heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When the Immortal Aperture was empty, the Goo Immortals' strength would be weak, and if they were careless, they would die from a calamity. With their lives at stake, Dongfang tribe's Goo Immortals naturally lost their composure. But soon, a Goo Immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanxiu. Everyone in the hall heard him say, "There are losses, there are gains. Lord Chongfan has planned this hard. It was not easy to set up this trap. I, Dongfang Wanxiu, am willing to make these sacrifices for my Dongfang tribe." "Good, as expected of Lord Wanxiu. I, Dongfang Ikong, will accompany you to the end." Soon after, Dongfang Ikong also stood up. Nebula smiled lightly. He did not speak as he looked at the others. The other Goo Immortals looked at each other and quickly nodded. They had decided to make sacrifices to get rid of the internal and external enemies of the tribe. "No hurry." Nebula, however, waved his hand and said unhurriedly, "I still have something to tell you. Once you enter the Goo formation, once the Immortal Aperture Origin Core is extracted, you will not be able to move or forcefully escape. Your life and death are in my hands. Are you still willing? If you are not willing, you can suggest it." The Goo Immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes shined with divine light. He looked around randomly. He sneered, "Traitor, you better come out. If you don't, it will be too late." Nebula's words, they were clearly meant for the traitor to hear. As long as one had the ability to think, they could imagine. If there was really a traitor after hearing these words, he would definitely feel immense mental pressure. Once he entered the formation, his life and death would be in his hands. If he killed Kenyang Laojun, and the latter exposed himself in a moment of desperation, he would not even have the strength to retaliate. If there was a traitor, his thoughts would definitely be different. He would not want to deal with Kenyang Laojun. He would also not be willing to place his life and death in Nebula's hands. After a few breaths of time, none of the Dongfang Gu immortals in the hall came out. Good. At this point, I, Wan Xiao, have no choice but to admire you. No wonder you could hide among us for so long. Dongfang Wan Xiao said, hatefully. The star will chuckled. If that's the case, then you can enter the array. The Phantom Gu formation opened its 8 formation cores. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals jumped in, each occupying a position. The Gu formation started to activate slowly. The Gu immortals' expressions changed. They felt their immortal apertures shaking. There was a suction force coming from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation, and let it operate at full speed. Nebula said solemnly. The Gu immortals hesitated, but they opened their immortal apertures. Eventually, their immortal aperture origin cores were immediately extracted. They flowed out from the 8 formation cores. Within the Phantom formation, a faint blood-red light appeared. Under the effect of the blood-red light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores gathered at the center of the Gu formation. They actually started to fuse into one. This formation is so profound. Some Gu immortals saw this and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is because all of you have the blood of Dongfang tribe in your bodies. Your bloodlines are similar, you have the same origin. Thus, when the bloodlines fuse, the immortal aperture origin cores will fuse together. Only by fusing can you display the advantage of numbers and unleash great power. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula slowly explained. The 8 Gu immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes shined brightly. He looked around but could not find any flaws in the traitor's disguise. No worries, Nebula chuckled. In this situation, no matter who the traitor is, he has already entered our trap and is working for our tribe. Everyone, relax. I am going to extract more immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Good. We will kill these hateful demonic path Gu immortals later. They actually dared to target our Dongfang tribe. The Phantom formation shined brightly. The Gu immortals snorted coldly. Their expressions were grim. Some were frowning, feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores gradually fused into a huge force in the Phantom formation. It was like a lump of liquid or a slumbering beast. Anyone would be able to sense the immense power contained within. Even the surrounding air rippled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals had flushed faces. Some were trembling, some had malevolent expressions. They were all looking forward to this force unleashing its divine might. However, under the control of the star, this power was like a bow that was ready to be fired. No rush. Nebula looked at the sky, observing the chaotic battle in the sky. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path Gu immortals were all slaughtered. Almost all of them were gone. Nebula was like a dragon, hiding in the depths of the river, waiting for the best opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the dragon would rise to the sky and overturn the seas and rivers. It all depended on which unlucky person would be the first to charge. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stood up, shouting, "Master, I did it! I have successfully perfected this Gu formation. I have reached your request." Nebula quickly looked around, showing a gratified smile. "Very good. Yuliang, you did not disappoint me. You also enter the formation, stand at the center of the formation core. Although you are immortal, you will become an immortal in the future. When the battle starts, you can experience the strength of a Gu immortal. It will be of great help to your future growth." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He was so moved that he choked with emotions. He jumped into the air, using the Phantom Formation's power. He stabilized himself at the formation core and floated in the air. In the air, under the interference of Free Scholar and Pai Shui Han, Fong Yuan finally found a chance. There was nothing in front of him. There was no power to obstruct him. The chance was fleeting. He immediately grabbed it and attacked with all his might. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down. Only one was left to protect him. It is time. Nebula saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals looked at the sky with bloodthirsty excitement. At the next moment, they saw Kenyang Laojun flying into the sky, blocking Fong Yuan's attack and forcing the latter back. This change caused Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals to be stunned. I did not waste my effort to set up this trap. Possession and rebirth, this is the moment. Nebula laughed heartily. Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly appeared, entering the Phantom Formation Center and entering Dongfang Yuliang's body. Ha ha, a bunch of fools. I will tell you the truth. Dongfang Tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan. Ha ha. Kenyang Laojun laughed wildly. Chapter 796. What? Dongfang Wanshou stared with wide eyes. This is impossible. Dongfang Yikong denied it. How can it be Lord Dongfang Naganori? Everyone, be careful. This is most likely an illusion. The other party cannot destroy the formation and wants us to panic. Under this shocking change, Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals could not believe it. They could not accept this fact. Kenyang Laojun could not help but laugh. Want you to panic? What a joke. All of you are unable to move. You don't even have the qualifications to panic. You are already fish on the chopping board. You can't do as you please. The joke is that you can't see this fact clearly. He he he. These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals. Everyone looked towards Dongfang Naganori's Nebula. Dongfang Wanshou shouted, Lord Changfan, this is definitely not real. Dongfang Yikong questioned, Lord Changfan, say something. Lord Changfan, Dongfang Naganori, what are you trying to do? Countless interrogations and roars reverberated in the hall. Nebula smiled lightly, as if he was calm. He was only a will, but he had condensed into the image of his main body in life. His body was tall and straight. His face was like jade. His eyes were shining with divine light. He had the outstanding demeanor of his main body when he was still alive. But at this moment, in this situation, when Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals saw Nebula's demeanor, they felt a chill in their hearts. The voidification grand formation changed again. The enormous power that had been gathered into a ball finally erupted at this moment. It was like a huge wave. Blood light shot out everywhere, forming a thick blood light screen that covered the main parts of the ruined bat's corpse. Seeing this, the expressions of Dongfang Wanshou and the rest changed drastically. Originally, it was supposed to be used to attack enemies, but its true purpose was to defend. The cold truth was in front of everyone. It exposed Nebula's lies. Dongfang Naganori, why are you doing this? Why did you frame us? Dongfang Wanshou's face was twisted with pain. He roared with grief and indignation. What else could it be? Life was the foundation of everything. Who wants to die? Who didn't want to live? As long as there is a chance to live, who can resist such a temptation? Kenyang Laojun sneered again and again, his eyes fixed on the void formation without blinking. Seeing that the voidification array was operating normally, Kenyang Laojun couldn't help but greedily take in a deep breath. This is a possession technique. The price was simply too high. Could it be that every time he activated it, do we need to sacrifice Gu Immortals? If that was the case, then the possession technique would not be able to be popularized. The conditions for activating it were too high. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula slowly shook his head. You don't have to worry, Elder Lord. Back then, I was in the 88-point Shinyang Tower. Obtain the method of possession. The contents were that one could possess mortals and goo immortals. But to possess a goo immortal, one's cultivation level had to surpass the target. Furthermore, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. It had a huge drawback. I was a wisdom path goo immortal in my previous life, but I did not have a suitable wisdom path goo immortal as my target. Thus, after so many years, I spent all my effort in deducing and scheming before finally obtaining this formation. This formation was developed based on the possession technique. It allows me to possess mortals while also drawing out the goo immortal's origin essence of the same bloodline. After I possess them, I can immediately become an immortal and create a brand new wisdom path immortal aperture, avoiding the dangerous period of weakening cultivation level after possessing mortals. Hearing Nebula's explanation, Kenyang Laojun turned his gaze and assessed Nebula. Feeling shocked inwardly, this Dongfang Naganori concealed himself deeply. Not only is he the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, he can even use space path Dalmarks to control a phantom beast army. Now it seems that his blood path attainment is not low either. Nebula did not know what Kenyang Laojun was thinking. He continued to speak. Don't look down on this formation. With these 8 goo immortals sacrificing themselves to provide for me, I have ample resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will definitely be the best of the best. At the same time, there is another advantage. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It is like they have been painstakingly developed for a long time. This will save me hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I possess this body, not only will my cultivation level recover, I will also have ample resources, even more than when I was alive. Kenyang Laojun, watch carefully and ask questions at any time. Every step I take, I will tell you the essence of the content. Kenyang Laojun's face flashed with excitement. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Naganori. And Nebula, you are truly scheming. You want me to protect you. I am here to help you block those demonic path goo immortals from the outside world. Moreover, when you become an immortal, there will definitely be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At that time, I will be by your side. I will have to help even if I don't want to. Dongfang Naganori and Nebula also laughed. He did not have any awkwardness of having his scheme exposed. He looked at Kenyang Laojun, saying in a low voice, "In this world, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. How can there be anything that is not earned? Especially when the more you obtain, the greater the risk. Old Lord, you can make your decision now." Kenyang Laojun chuckled. He could not help but admire Dongfang Naganori inwardly. This person was truly decisive. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori obtained the possession method, he had also gathered it at 88 Point Jinyang Tower's true inheritance secluded domain. He had sensed the arrangements of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. At that time, Crane Gate had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Naganori became an immortal and became a higher-up of the tribe, he had secretly discovered this truth. But he did not expose it. Instead, he followed this clue and secretly cooperated with Crane Gate. He used the possession method to transact with Crane Gate. Lifespan goo were hard to find, but any goo immortal would crave for any lifespan extension method. Moreover, this possession method originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They had a long history and deep foundation, but they could not resist the temptation of the possession method. Both sides had their own needs. Dongfang Naganori released the contents of the method step by step, thus obtaining the resources sent by Crane Gate. He relied on these resources to rapidly climb up, passing tribulations time and time again. He even guided his juniors and schemed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe back to its former glory. Cooperating with someone like Dongfang Naganori, Even though Kenyang Laojun had great battle strength, he had never relaxed his vigilance and had always maintained his vigilance. He did not think for long before nodding and agreeing. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula laughed loudly. Good, I will explain the first step to you. Kenyang Laojun quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Even though he knew Dongfang Naganori was making use of him, Kenyang Laojun had come with Crane Gate's will. He could be considered to have no choice. Thinking of the generous sect rewards after completing this mission, Kenyang Laojun himself was not unwilling. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yuliang had fainted, his eyes were tightly shut, and he was not moving at all. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Yuan looked down and saw a completely different scene. He saw an incomparably large blood veil, firmly covering the mountain-like ruin bat corpse. The blood veil was extremely thick and filled with blood light. The majestic power it contained made one's heart palpitate. The demonic path Gu immortals quickly shifted their attention away from the internal conflict. Some of them tried to attack the blood veil, but it was like a small stone thrown into a large lake. The blood veil only had slight ripples on its surface, it did not budge, and was as firm as a mountain. Such strong defense. What Gu formation is this? Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it. Dongfang Naganori's backup plans are truly endless. A group of demonic path Gu immortals guessed. Fang Yuan also frowned. Even though he was a blood path great expert and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen this Gu formation before. Who cares what Gu formation it is? I will smash it with my hammer. Gu immortal, Zhuozhan shouted as he charged down. He was riding a desolate beast flying boar. He was covered in armor and held a hammer. He had a strong build and was anxious, but he bullied the weak and feared the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhuozhan was in the limelight. He felt proud, and his expression became even more ferocious. But after a few breaths of time, his ferocious expression was gone, replaced by shock and fear. It turned out that when he got close to the blood veil, the blood in his body could not be controlled and continued to spurt out of his body. Gu immortals were called immortals, but most of their bodies still maintained the normal circulation of a human. Blood was the crucial thing to support the body's movement. Zhuozhan was still far away from the blood veil, but most of his blood had already spurted out of his body. If he continued to charge before he could reach the blood veil, his blood would have already spurted out and he would have turned into a dried corpse. What a strange formation. This is the effect of menstrual blood goo. It can let people bleed. Menstrual blood goo is one of Blood Sea ancestors' blood path true inheritances. To think that Dongfang Naganori's rumor was not only true, he even raised this menstrual blood goo to immortal level. The demonic path Gu immortals were all moved. Several Gu immortals tried all sorts of methods, but failed miserably one after another. Everyone realized that unless they had a defensive method that targeted it, it would be extremely difficult to break through this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Even though he was a blood path expert in his previous life, he did not have any blood path immortal Gu. He walked the strength path. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. He could not do anything about this formation. The situation was thorny. Everyone was anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long. Was he about to completely obtain the inheritance? Now, we can only use long-range killer moves. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy Dongfang Naganori's arrangements first, then compete with each other. Otherwise, in front of everyone's eyes, a mortal will obtain the inheritance. If this really happens, I, Free Scholar, will not have the face to continue living in Northern Plains. Free Scholar suddenly shouted. Just as he finished shouting, he attacked. The demonic path Gu immortals responded one after another. At once, fire and water intersected. Lightning bolts shot out in a dazzling manner, Countless bombardments destroyed the blood veil layer by layer. Joy had just appeared on everyone's faces, but it quickly turned solemn. The blood veil continued to be destroyed and regenerated. Especially towards the end, the demonic path Gu Immortals' combined attacks became weaker and weaker. Floating astronomy. Chapter 797. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, blocking the attacks of the demonic path Gu Immortals. Not expecting the blood veil to be so sturdy, in a moment of desperation, Pai Shui-han shouted, "Get out of the way! Let me do it!" He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He was famous in the demonic path. Everyone flew away to give him some space. Water path killer move. Ice path killer move. Flood current. Inside Pai Shui-han's immortal aperture, over 10,000 Gu worms were activated. Rank 7 red date immortal essence beads were rapidly expended. Swoosh. Boundless waves shot out from the air hundreds of steps around Pai Shui-han. The fierce waves were like thousands of rampaging dragons, roaring and roaring, bringing with them an aura of destruction as they poured down. The giant waves were still falling from the sky, but they changed again. Cracking sounds resounded in everyone's ears. The giant waves turned into solid ice from inside out. In a few breaths of time, the giant waves turned into a giant glacier, pressing down like an unparalleled giant whale, or like a heavenly pillar collapsing. The cold air caused people to shiver uncontrollably. The terrifying attack made people subconsciously hold their breaths. In the hall, Dongfang Naganori's nebula was no longer as calm as before. It was completely focused. Its defensive power was raised to the maximum. Earlier, the demonic path Immortals had attacked indiscriminately, but they were not at the same pace. There were many of them, but their quality was lacking. Now that Pai Shui-han had used his trump card, it came from him alone. His strength was unified. It was at least 10 times stronger than the wild bombardment from before. Rumble, the glacier fell from the sky, crashing heavily on the blood veil. The blood veil was deformed by the huge weight, but it still managed to resist the glacier's pressure. The corrosion of the cold air. Although the immortal killer move flood current was strong, Dongfang Naganori's blood veil had extracted the immortal aperture origin cores of 8 Gu Immortals, and combined with the terrain, it had already been set up. Pai Shui-han's strength alone. It did not break the blood veil, but this killer move's effect was still shocking. The demonic path Gu Immortals looked down, with the ruined bat's corpse as the center. The surrounding hundreds of li was covered in ice. The dead primordial ruin bat was as large as a mountain. At this moment, under the pressure of the glacier, it was as if a thick layer of ice armor was covering it, making it look even bigger. Inside the translucent iceberg, it was wrapped in a bright red egg made of blood. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, staining the trees and grass at the edge with frost and expanding the boundary. For a moment, everyone looked at Pai Shui-han in surprise. Although it did not break the blood veil, but the power of this killer move left a deep impression. Even if I use all 8 strength path giant hands, I won't be able to block this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. This was the true strength of a veteran rank 7 Gu Immortal. In comparison, Fang Yuan was still far behind. Previously, Fang Yuan had fought against the Free Scholar and Pai Shui-han alone because the latter two had not used their trump cards. Gu Immortals had reason. They were all here for the wisdom path inheritance. There was no deep hatred between them. Fighting to the death would only be idiots. But now, the Immortals realized the situation was far from good. This was why Pai Shui-han had to use his trump card and use his full strength to fight. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with the immortal killer move Myriad Self, I can only barely reach this standard. If I really fight to the death with someone like Pai Shui-han, I will most likely be the one to lose. But if I really face this move, I will not fight it head on. I will avoid it. I will fight in a roundabout manner. The power of the immortal killer move Glacier allowed Fang Yuan to see a portion of Pai Shuihan's foundation. At the same time, he clearly realized the gap between him and Pai Shuihan. At once, Fang Yuan felt a sense of anxiety. The Gu Immortals' cultivation level was the main factor that influenced their battle strength. A part of the reason for Pai Shuihan's strength was the consumption of rank 7 red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan was already extremely outstanding in this life. The only thing that hindered him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6. He had not even passed one heavenly tribulation. Cultivation level is the foundation. The foundation. Although my immortal zombie body is strong, it does not have much room for improvement. What method can I use to restore my human body? Brother Pai, you are so impressive. Let me test your skills. At this time, Free Scholar laughed heartily, flying towards Pai Shuihan. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. His expression was ugly. He had mobilized everyone, but still could not break the blood veil. Seeing Free Scholar attack, he slowly moved to the center. Under everyone's gazes, Free Scholar flew above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already prepared. His eyes suddenly opened wide. His pupils were completely white, shooting out 2 faint white lights. This move was almost silent. Its boldness could not compare to the Glacier earlier. The immortals who did not know what was going on were baffled. Pai Shuihan, however, had a slight change in expression. Under the 2 pale white lights, the Glacier melted, the blood veil shook intensely, showing signs of being defeated. Was this the unfettered scholar? What a great move! 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, Kenyang Laojun recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated northern plains for many years for 88-point Xinyang Tower. Since Kenyang Laojun took the risk to come here, he naturally had a deep understanding of northern plains. Free Scholar's background was Central Continent's Chun tribe. Central Continent's Chun tribe specialized in rule path, but Central Continent's sect system was prevalent. There was no room for a tribe to survive. After being ostracized, Chun tribe moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, northern plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Even though Chun tribe was a super force protected by Gu Immortals, it was secretly ostracized by the Huang Jin bloodline forces, eventually weakening. By Free Scholar's generation, he was the only outstanding talent left. The tribe no longer existed. He was the only one left to fight alone. Chun tribe specialized in rule path. The Gu Immortals in the tribe can use 100 disintegrations at rank 6, 1,000 disintegrations at rank 7, and myriad disintegrations at rank 8. It has unparalleled power, it can attack and defend, and has the profundity of resolving almost everything. Back then in Central Continent, countless sect Gu Immortals lost to myriad disintegrations. Countless people suffered from this move. Kenyang Laojun sighed with emotion. You are speaking so much nonsense. Are you still not going to attack? Blood Veil and Free Scholar expend a lot of energy. These are all precious immortal aperture origin cores. Dongfang Naganori's nebula urged. Ha ha. Kenyang Laojun stood with his hands behind his back. He did not fight the enemy. Free Scholar is only one person, but you have 8 on your side. He does not know the truth. Watch me use some methods. Saying so, he let out his tribe's rank 7 aura. Once the aura was exposed, the demonic path Gu Immortals in the sky were shocked. The other side has rank 7 Gu Immortals? Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals. Aren't they all rank 6? Could it be that someone secretly entered rank 7, but kept it a secret? Or did Dongfang tribe invite some strong reinforcements? Don't forget, they have the Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The immortals were uncertain. Free Scholar's expression did not change, but his heart wavered. It turned out, even though his killer move had shocking power and a huge origin, it expended a lot of red data mortal essence. Since the other side had rank 7 goo immortals, they could fight him head-on. Even though they had the advantage, in numbers, they all had their own plans. Unfettered Scholar couldn't help but think to himself, I can't just charge forward mindlessly now. I will expend a lot of immortal essence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I might not have enough strength and end up helping others. Thinking of this, Free Scholar stopped his killer move. See, I stopped just like that. Kenyang Laojun laughed heartily, showing a smug expression. He only leaked a bit of his aura, and the Free Scholar stopped. In terms of scheming, Kenyang Laojun might not be as good as Dongfang Naganori, but with his rich life experience, he could understand people's hearts and use the situation to make plans. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick. To break it, we will need to use our trump cards and bombard it repeatedly. Free Scholar said, as he looked at Fang Yuan. The Traveling Earth 3 heroes lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming, and Su Guang. They were only rank 6. Other than Free Scholar and Pai Shui Han, they had revealed rank 7 battle strength. Only Fang Yuan was left. Pai Shui Han also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path goo immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take advantage of them. Fairies, please protect my safety. I am going to use my full strength now. Fang Yuan transmitted, and after getting a confirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the corpse mountain blood veil was covered by a layer of ice. It was like a huge ice mountain with a hole in it. Fang Yuan did not care. He mobilized the 8 strength path giant hands and positioned them in 8 different directions. His palms faced inwards and pressed against the surface of the ice mountain. His 5 fingers dug into the ice mountain. Rise! Fang Yuan shouted. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered everyone's ears. At first, this sound was inaudible, but soon the sound became louder and louder, rumbling like thunder. The earth trembled, and huge cracks appeared in the surroundings of the ice mountain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the ice mountain that was covered in the blood veil was slowly rising up, as if it was about to leave the ground. The hall shook. Kenyang Laojun could not help but gasp. This is... Nebula's expression also changed. Not good. My immemorial ruin bat's corpse has already been modified by me. To stabilize it, it is one with the ground, forming a corpse mountain. The enemy seems to have the ability to pull out the mountain chi, but it counters this. Kenyang, quickly make a move. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula was so anxious that his body almost collapsed. His main body could deduce, but there was a limit to a person's intelligence. Arrangements were fixed. Even if they were meticulous, there would be accidents. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain immortal goo was one such accident. Immortal goo could target any mountain. Dongfang Naganori had made an arrangement when he was alive. He connected the immemorial ruin bat's corpse with the surrounding terrain, forming a true corpse mountain. But this arrangement became a flaw. It was countered by pulling mountain immortal goo. He can actually uproot this entire mountain. Pai Shuihan stared at it, his gaze flickering. Who is he? Free Scholar suppressed the shock in his heart. He used 1,000 disintegrations again, looking at the blood veil. With 2 sides attacking, Dongfang Naganori's side was in a bad situation. Old ancestor Kenyang laughed loudly, finally making a move. Look at my life chasing fire. Chapter 798. Immortal Killer Move. Life Chasing Fire. Kenyang Laojun had a solemn expression as he slowly opened his palm, revealing a weak fire. This fire flickered. It was dim yellow in color and had no light, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Kenyon Laojuan's eyes, however, shined with a sharp light. Looking at the fire in his palm, he showed a proud expression. This was the ultimate move that made him famous in Central Continent. Life-chasing fire. Go! Kenyon Laojuan's palm shook. The life-chasing fire shot out with a whoosh. The star will hastily opened an opening and made way for the passage. The life-chasing fire was inconspicuous. After leaving the blood veil, it plunged into the icy mountain. Boom! Almost in an instant, the huge dim yellow fire soared to the sky, burning the entire icy mountain. The demonic path Gu immortals in the air were shocked by this change, but soon strange expressions appeared on their faces. Although the fire was fierce, it did not have any heat. Especially the icy mountain that was in the fire was unscathed, showing no signs of melting. Some demonic path Gu immortals were about to mock him, but at this time, the rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan suddenly screamed miserably. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and the scene before them gave them a huge shock. Pai Shuihan's whole body was covered in fire. He was burning intensely. His face was twisted in pain. His whole body was emitting cold air. Water was gushing out like dragons, and snakes were coiling around his body. The dim yellow fire was not weakened at all. Instead, it showed signs of burning even more fiercely. What move is this? How did Pai Shuihan get hit? Why did I not see it clearly? Such a strange fire. Everyone, dodge! The demonic path Gu immortals retreated, looking at Pai Shuihan with lingering fear as he used all his methods, trying to extinguish the fire and save himself. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed something amiss. He quickly retracted his 8-strength path giant hands. But it was too late. The flames burned the iceberg, and soon after, they spread out like lightning onto the 8 giant hands of strength. The strength path giant hand was unharmed, but inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, faint yellow flames appeared out of nowhere. It burned quietly on the body of the 160,000 strength path phantom. These strength path phantoms, they were the ones who provided the power to form the 8 giant hands of strength in the outside world. They were bathed in flames, but they were safe and sound. Fang Yuan saw this. His heart was filled with a chill. This is indeed the killer move, life-chasing fire. Fang Yuan knew the power of this move. He hurriedly cut off his wrists. With a thought, the 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed on their own. Without these strength path phantoms, the 8 strength path giant hands that were uprooting the mountain also collapsed with a loud bang. There was a loud bang. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses fell heavily onto the ground, causing a huge shockwave. The ground around it cracked, and countless pieces of sand and stones flew everywhere, causing smoke and dust to billow. Fang Yuan's uprooting mountain was interrupted. He suffered an intense backlash. His chest felt heavy and nauseous, and he felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he almost fell down from midair. He Lulan saw the situation was bad and quickly went to support him. Fang Yuan, however, avoided her like a snake, shouting, "Don't come near me." Saying so, he retreated, and like Pai Shuihan, his body also started burning with faint yellow flames. At the same time, Free Scholar's expression changed. He was also hit by this move. His body also started burning with flames. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually sense aura. It can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuihan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former. The latter was the headquarters of Gu Immortals. It was their foundation. After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shui-han not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water. It was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path, Gu immortals pulled away from Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and Pai Shui-han, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Fang Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path, Gu immortals, soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Fang Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shui-han and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm. He did not panic because he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1,000 Disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly. The light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the ice mountain blood veil, but on his own body into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire, under the pale white gaze, was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared. The fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1,000 Disintegrations was indeed useful. Not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one, its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Fang Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shui-han tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black. The thick smell of burnt meat was emitting. He had to use healing goo to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger. The pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture. A large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shui-han thought rapidly. He was extremely anxious. Fang Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak. They watched coldly. The other demonic path, Gu immortals, were even further away. Some of their gazes were flickering with uncertainty. They were ready to make a move. If Pai Shui-han was heavily injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu immortals would definitely be moved. They would target Pai Shui-han and hit him while he was down. Suddenly, Pai Shui-han let out a loud roar. His body abruptly rose up, his whole body covered in flames, like a flaming meteor. He shot out. This fire was a huge problem for him. There were many demonic path Gu immortals here. He could not stay for long. Pai Shui-han's retreat was a wise move. Seeing him disappear into the horizon, the demonic path Gu immortals at the periphery also sneakily left, following the path that Pai Shui-han left, vanishing quietly. In the palace, Kenyang Laojun laughed heartily. He said to Dongfang Naganori's Nebula, "How is it?" As expected of the life-chasing fire. Nebula nodded. This fire has the ability to trace back to the source. Gu immortals often put Gu worms into their immortal aperture. Thus, when tracing back to the source, it will burn in their immortal aperture. This fire uses life as fuel. As long as there is life, it will burn endlessly. Thus, to extinguish this fire, special methods must be used. For example, 1,000 Disintegrations. If one does not have such methods, they will have to cut off their wrists and abandon it, or let it burn, trying to restrain the life force in their body. As long as the life force is exhausted, this fire will be extinguished. Unfortunately, This Pai Shuihan did not think of this. He continued to heal himself, but instead caused his life force to flourish, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Nebula said this, and laughed lightly, praising, "Kenyang Laojun, this move that you created is truly unique. It is a unique method. As long as this fire burns, the enemy will be thrown into confusion. If it burns a few more times, even the wealthiest Gu immortal will lose their foundation. They will lose their will to fight." Hearing Nebula's words, praising his method, Kenyang Laojuan's proud expression disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. The reason why Kenyang Laojun was called Cruel Sun was because of the life-chasing fire. Once this fire burns, even if it is extinguished, the enemy will be covered in soot. But it can also trace back to the source, following the attack and burning the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If it was burnt several times, the foundation would be greatly damaged. Even if it could not burn the enemy to death, it could cripple them. Thus, Kenyang Laojun roamed Central Continent. In his early years, he was famous. The Gu immortals who fought with him would have a headache when they saw him. After becoming rank 7, Kenyang Laojun moved less, but in terms of battle strength, he was one of the top 5 in Crane Gate. This time, the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower was a huge matter. Crane Gate sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, Fang Yuan and Free Scholar were helpless, and Pai Shuihan was forced to escape. Kenyang Laojun was trying to force the enemy to retreat, but he was also trying to intimidate Dongfang Naganori. In the end, Dongfang Naganori investigated clearly. He knew about life-chasing fire. He praised it on the surface, but it was actually a counterattack against Kenyang Laojun. Thus, it would be strange if Kenyang Laojun had a good expression. Life-chasing fire. Kenyang Laojun, why is he here? Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the blood veil below him. He was puzzled. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Dongfang Naganori's possession was very secretive. Fang Yuan did not know about it. Now that he saw a Central Continent Gu immortal fighting with Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, he was surprised and perplexed. Earlier, even though Kenyang Laojun forced him to retreat, it was only for a brief moment. He did not expose his identity. Kenyang Laojun had a secret method to conceal his aura. When he attacked, he had the aura of a Northern Plains Gu immortal. The demonic path Gu immortals saw this, but none of them discovered anything. It could be said that Kenyang Laojun's methods were profound. Not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He wanted to retreat. He knew that a Central Continent force had secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate him, the culprit, and also knew that someone had approached Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, suspecting his identity as Sha Huang. Chapter 799. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, wisdom path inheritances were indeed precious, but even if he obtained the complete inheritance, his true identity would be exposed, and he would be chased by Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu immortals. That would not be worth it. Kenyang Laojun's fire made the demons helpless, while Pai Shuihan escaped. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss and had thoughts of retreating. He naturally stopped. Free Scholar, who had rank 7 battle strength, also did not rashly make a move. Earlier, Fang Yuan's performance in dealing with the life-chasing fire made him think even more highly of him. He thought that he had relied on 1,000 disintegrations to survive the calamity. He felt that Fang Yuan was even more profound, especially when Fang Yuan had the 2 black-robed Gu immortals, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus, Free Scholar restrained his urge to make a move and only looked at Fang Yuan. His meaning was clear. He was waiting for Fang Yuan's group to make a move. At once, the sky above the ruined bat's corpse mountain fell into silence, while curses and curses could still be heard in the ruined hall. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals were unable to move. but they retained the ability to speak. Ever since Dongfang Naganori's possession started, they had been cursing and questioning Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's nebula turned a deaf ear to them. He saw that the outside world had calmed down, and the demons were helpless. He smiled lightly. The time has finally come. Possession and rebirth is at this moment. Kenyang Laojun, I have told you the previous steps in detail. The crucial moment has arrived. I will have to trouble you to defend for me. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Nebula made up its mind and did not hesitate anymore. A change occurred again. A huge whirlpool suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy brewed in the whirlpool, condensing into a huge pillar of blood light that shot down towards the center of the phantom formation, enveloping Dongfang Yuliang's body. Kenyang Laojun glared and cursed. Damn it! Seeing this change, Kenyang Laojun finally understood that this blood veil was not purely for defense. It was a kind of purification process. The 8 immortal aperture origin cores that were extracted were like 8 pieces of metal that were melted together. Next, the demonic path Gu immortals would attack and refine it, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals in the origin core before injecting it into the possession target. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were deep and profound. He even included the demonic path Gu immortals within. Even Fang Yuan was kept in the dark and was used by Dongfang Naganori as a blacksmith. Now that the blood energy was flowing backward into Dongfang Yuliang's body, the blood veil would naturally weaken. With the blood veil weakened, the defense immediately weakened. Kenyang Laojun's sect had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. With such a huge temptation in front of him, how could he not stand up and take the blame? As expected, seeing the blood veil weaken, the demonic path Gu immortals' spirits rose. It seems that our previous attacks were effective. There is hope to break the blood veil. Everyone, let's attack together. The immortals attacked one after another. Countless attacks rained down like a torrential rain. The blood veil had to send in blood energy while enduring the attacks on the other side. It immediately became strained and was on the verge of collapse. Kenyang Laojun had no choice but to take action. He used an immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. A light barrier appeared outside the blood veil. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Countless attacks penetrated this light barrier and landed on the blood veil, but the power was less than half of what it was before. This was the effect of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense, but it weakened most of the attacks. Even an immortal killer move, like River Flow, could be weakened by 30%. Right now, most of the demonic path Gu immortals were using mortal killer moves. Being weakened by Kenyang Laojun like this, it was all bark and no bite. Dongfang Naganori showed joy on his face. This way, the situation was extremely advantageous to him. The phantom formation continued to extract the 8 immortal aperture origin cores, fusing them into one and forming the blood veil. The blood veil withstood the attacks. The aura of other people's wills inside was gradually destroyed. Next, it was converted into pure blood energy and injected into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master. He had a peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul had already been cleansed by Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's soul controlled his young body, focusing all his attention on his aperture. Under the infusion of blood energy, his aperture burst with a loud bang. Dongfang Yuliang's aura, however, did not fall but rose instead. An astonishing transformation was happening, transcending mortality, advancing to Gu immortal realm. Crack! In the sky of the outside world, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In a few breaths of time, dark clouds rolled in the clear sky, covering an area of 1,000 li. The earth shook and rumbled. It was like millions of herds of cattle were trampling on the ground, causing dust to rise. Heaven and earth chi were stirred, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. Someone is advancing to Gu Immortal inside. What the hell is going on? The Gu Immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was azure gold in color, containing destructive power. The demonic path Gu Immortals' expressions changed as they quickly retreated. Incredible! This is a heavenly wind lightning tribulation. How unlucky is this mortal below! He is not favored by heaven and earth. He has just advanced to Gu Immortal, but he actually encountered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The immortals retreated to the edge, watching from afar. They saw that around the ruined bat's corpse, there were countless round pits on the ground. The pits were unfathomably deep and pitch black. Boom, boom, boom. Pitch black lightning balls flew out of the pits, smashing onto the ruined bat's corpse and exploding. Lightning flashed. The iceberg only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was shattered by the countless lightning bolts, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. This time, even the free scholar was moved. He was inwardly shocked. The heavenly tribulation is heavenly wind lightning. It is tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is earth ghost lightning. It is unpredictable. These two great lightning tribulations are known as the twin lightning of heaven and earth. Once they combine, their power will rise sharply. Even the current me would have a headache if I were to encounter it. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, falling from above and exploding from below, the lightning was dazzling and dazzling, forming a purgatory of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning were densely packed. There were so many that they actually formed a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice shards completely disappeared. Not even a trace of frost energy remained. They were all destroyed by the lightning. This apocalyptic scene made the watching demonic path Gu Immortals hold their breaths, their hearts feeling stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse, Kenyang Laojun had a solemn expression as he used all his strength to support the immortal killer move, Ultimate Afterglow. This mystical defensive killer move cautiously weakened the power of the twin lightning of heaven and earth. But even with all his strength, Kenyang Laojun could only weaken it by 15%. The red date immortal essence in his body was being expended rapidly. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat. How can there be such a powerful lightning tribulation? Dongfang Naganori's nebula muttered with a worried expression. This situation was almost the worst that he had expected. To think that he would encounter it in this possession attempt. His luck was truly terrible. The blood veil was being damaged intensely by the lightning strikes. The losses were so severe that Dongfang Naganori's nebula felt great heartache. These losses would greatly affect the foundation of Dongfang Yuliang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. As time passed, the lightning tribulation not only did not show any signs of weakening, it was even getting stronger. The immemorial, desolate beast-level ruin bat's corpse was destroyed beyond recognition. The surrounding space path Dao marks were originally densely packed, but now they were all destroyed by the lightning path. Almost all of them were gone. Kenyang Laojun was already in a situation where he could not hold on. The huge loss of immortal essence made his mood heavy. That's right. The heavenly tribulation is so powerful. It is all because of you, Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Laojun suddenly said. You, Dongfang Naganori, are already a dead person, according to fate's arrangement. Your soul should return to the door of life and death. How can you still be alive and kicking here? Not only do you want to revive, you even want to possess an immortal's body. This is truly heaven-defying. No wonder heaven and earth are enraged. Dongfang Naganori's nebulous expression was solemn, but after hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Ever since Red Lotus, immortal venerable destroyed fate, the fate of all living beings in this world is in our hands. So what if it is heaven defying? My fate is not up to heaven. I have planned this for a long time. I have done so much preparation and hard work. I will definitely succeed this time. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud crack. Originally, lightning was raining down and thunder rumbled endlessly, filling everyone's ears. But right now, this sound of thunder suppressed all the other lightning. It resounded in the sky and caused the Gu Immortals' ears to buzz. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was shattered. A dazzling white light filled the sky and earth. Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and the other demonic path Gu Immortals retreated in panic, and even Kenyang Laojun had no choice but to shut his eyes. Within the white light, a divine lightning suddenly struck down. This divine thunder was incomparably ferocious, sweeping everything in its path. In an instant, it destroyed the afterglow, exploded the blood veil, and headed straight for Dongfang Yuliang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Dongfang Yuliang from the sky covered in dark clouds. Dongfang Yuliang only had a mortal body. If he was struck by this lightning, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Dongfang Naganori's plan to possess another body and revive would come to an abrupt end. It had completely failed. At the moment of life and death, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been frowning and had his eyes tightly shut, forcefully opened his eyes. Within the dazzling white light, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of that flash of lightning. An intense shock and anger surged in his heart. Alcade, falling star lightning, tribulation hidden within tribulation. Damn heaven, you want me to die so badly. Then I will not die. Dongfang Naganori roared in his heart. At the next moment, the phantom formation shined brightly. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosion, countless beams of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse in all directions. When the beams of light hit some unlucky demonic path Gu Immortals, their minds shook, and their souls shook. Some even directly fell from the sky. The terrifying explosion set off a monstrous air wave, causing the vegetation in the surrounding tens of li to be uprooted. The sky seemed to have collapsed. The earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The demonic path Gu Immortals hurriedly retreated. After retreating for 15 li, the white light beam gradually dissipated, and the Immortals calmed down slightly. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses, which had been as large and unmoving as a mountain, had completely disappeared. On the empty ground, a young figure appeared, floating proudly as he gazed at Fang Yuan and the others. Dongfang Yuliang, our 1152, chapter 800. Dongfang Yuliang? Did I see wrongly? How did he become a Gu Immortal? It seems this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, is this Dongfang Naganori's inheritance? Sigh, it was actually snatched away by a mortal. When the demonic path Gu Immortals saw Dongfang Naganori, they were greatly shaken, but also felt dejected. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless. His eyes did not have normal pupils and sclera. Instead, they were covered in countless types of glass light that flickered continuously. He used such a gaze to slowly size up the demonic path Gu Immortals before speaking in a low voice. So it was you who wanted to snatch the inheritance left behind by my benefactor? Who gave you the guts to actually attack a righteous path superforce? Dongfang Naganori successfully possessed the body, but he did not expose the truth, instead speaking in Dongfang Yuliang's tone. The demonic path Gu Immortals were dejected. They were already full of resentment. Now that they heard Dongfang Yuliang boasting shamelessly, they were immediately displeased. Some snorted in disdain, while others shouted, "A mere junior! You have just become an immortal and reached the heavens in one step, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Come, take my hammer strike." Before he finished speaking, A figure shot out from the side of the crowd. This demonic path, Gu Immortal, had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was covered in armor. He was riding a flying boar. Its 4 fat pig hooves were rapidly moving, carrying its owner towards Dongfang Yuliang in an aggressive manner. It was Zhuozhan. The immortals shuddered, immediately reacting. This Zhuozhan is crafty. He wants to take advantage of the situation. We were almost frightened by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity earlier. Even if Dongfang Yuliang is an immortal, he is only a rookie. What are we afraid of? Capture Dongfang Yuliang alive and interrogate him for the wisdom path inheritance. The demonic path Gu immortals moved out one after another, rushing towards Dongfang Yuliang. Free Scholar was also among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few others did not move, remaining on the spot. He did not know that Dongfang Yuliang had been possessed by Dongfang Naganori. Instead, he was afraid of Kenyang Laojun. The Dongfang Yuliang has appeared. Where is Kenyang Laojun? Kenyang Laojun was actually standing behind the Dongfang Yuliang, but he had used an immortal Dao technique to conceal his figure. His methods were so profound that none of the immortals of the demonic path were aware of it. However, he was still injured. When he saw the immortals rushing over, he transmitted his voice to the Dongfang Yuliang. Do you need me to make a move? Dongfang Yuliang quickly denied. You don't have to do anything. Let me kill them alone. If Kenyang Laojun made a move and was exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would know that Dongfang Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dongfang Yuliang be ostracized by the righteous path, even Northern Plains' demonic path would not like him. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuliang wanted to use his own strength to deal a heavy blow to the invading enemies. Only by doing so could he rise up and regain control of Dongfang tribe despite the deaths of the 8 Gu immortals of the Eastern Plains. Zhuozhan was one step ahead, getting closer and closer. He was so close that Dongfang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were surging with killing intent. Dongfang Yuliang was alone. His cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was not flustered. The corners of his lips curled up, slightly showing a scheming smile. Old Lord Kenyang, who was behind him, looked at him with interest. He wanted to see how he could defeat such a strong enemy with his current cultivation, only to see Dongfang Yuliang slowly stretch out his right arm, his white robe wide sleeves, his right index finger pointed to the sky as he said loudly, "Myriad, star, Fei, Ing." The invading immortals heard this, and their auras turned sluggish, their expressions changing. Hataru was known to almost everyone in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. It was Dongfang Naganori's strongest killer move. Dongfang Naganori was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, not just because of his deductions, but more importantly because of his battle strength. Without astonishing battle strength, how could he gain a foothold in the chaotic Northern Plains? Without immense battle strength, how could he lead Dongfang tribe to prosperity again? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Naganori firmly suppressed Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar when he was alive. He was the first Supreme Elder of a righteous path superforce, and the Wisdom Path Killer move Hataru was the best symbol of Dongfang Naganori's battle strength. This move's illustrious reputation had already entered the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Hataru involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Is it so easy to activate? Zhuozhan shouted. He is only a newbie Gu immortal. He has just become an immortal and left the mortal realm. He wants to control so many Gu worms at once. Lu Qingming sneered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tian Du held an immortal Gu in his hand, ready to attack. Humph, Hataru, I was defeated by this move back then. Now, let's see how much power you have. Free Scholar's expression flashed with anger. Are we really not going to attack? He Lulan was moved, but Fang Yuan was the strongest among them. He Lulan had lost self-strength, Immortal Gu. Her battle strength was slightly weaker than before. Wait for a while. The situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan was just about to tell them his earlier guess when the sky changed. The dark clouds had just dispersed. The sky was clear. But now, night fell. The world turned dark. The night sky covered the surrounding 1,000 li. Countless firefly-like specks of light appeared in the night sky and flew around. Starlight fluttered. It was grand and beautiful. Hataru, the demonic path, Gu Immortal's expressions changed. They were surrounded by the starlight fireflies. Starlight shone continuously on everyone's faces. Free Scholar's expression was ashen. This was a genuine Hataru. Its power seemed to be even stronger than in his memories. But how was this possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal. Even if he had Dongfang Naganori's nebula, which could consume the rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Naganori, how could he be so familiar with using Hataru for the first time, as if he had practiced it countless times? The unfettered scholar was puzzled. The demonic path Gu Immortals beside him were in an even worse state. The surrounding starlight specks were densely packed, attacking them from all directions. One starlight was not a big threat, but what about thousands of starlight specks? What about 100,000, 1,000,000, or even 10 million starlight specks? Especially when every speck of starlight contained a star thought. Even if the Gu Immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would jump out and drill into the Gu Immortals' minds. Even if the Gu Immortals had defensive methods, with such endless starlight specks, they would definitely lose out after defending for a long time. Once the star thoughts entered their sea of consciousness, it would be a huge problem. If it was light, it would interfere with their thoughts, while if it was heavy, the thoughts would be destroyed, their movements would become sluggish, or even worse, their own thoughts would be completely suppressed by the star thoughts. Star thoughts would replace thinking, and the Gu Immortal would temporarily become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet, being controlled by him. What are you doing? Beside Zhuozhan, a demonic path Gu Immortal shouted angrily. Zhuozhan's face turned purple. Sorry, my attack suddenly changed direction. Humph, you want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance. You were actually corroded by the star thoughts in such a short time. You are truly a failure. The demonic path Gu Immortal was almost hit. He was flustered and exasperated. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhuozhan was also furious. He shouted at the demonic path Gu Immortal. Enough! Are you still fighting among yourselves? The urgent matter is to leave this place quickly. This is Hataru. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. A Gu Immortal said, anxiously. Another Gu Immortal retorted, Leave? What are you afraid of? The other party is ignoring a mere bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortal. We have so many people here, and Lord Free Scholar as well. Why are you so afraid? In my opinion, we should just charge in. Everyone was hesitant. They subconsciously looked towards Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped. Fang Yuan was far away. Free Scholar, as the strongest and only rank 7 battle strength, was the leader of the group. This was not because everyone approved of Free Scholar's leadership, but because if the sky fell, the tallest person would hold it up. Free Scholar was the tallest person among them. They would have a higher chance of survival if they followed the strong. Free Scholar was also hesitant. He had fought with Dongfang Naganori before. He was defeated by this Hataru move. After his defeat, he learned his lesson and paid more attention to Dongfang Naganori's information. Thus his understanding of Hataru was much deeper than everyone else. He knew that Hataru was a wisdom path killer move. It had extraordinary power and was created by Dongfang Naganori. The weakness of this move was hard to find out. Free Scholar only knew that as long as he entered the range of this move, he would be tricked. The Gu Immortal's thoughts would form star thoughts. Under the influence of Hataru, these star thoughts would form specks of starlight and attack the Gu Immortal. In an intense battle, Gu Immortals would naturally have countless thoughts. Their minds would work rapidly and produce even more star thoughts. The more star thoughts there were, the greater their advantage would be, especially when more Gu Immortals entered the formation. More star thoughts would be produced. When the star thoughts corroded the Gu Immortal's mind, they would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet and have to fight for it. Even if they could not reach this level, they would still be affected by the star thoughts and make mistakes. Like earlier, Zhuozhan had almost injured others. Thus, Hataru's move was better at fighting one against many. It was weaker against a single strong enemy. Against many people, they could use each other's strength to restrain each other. The battle results would often be better. The reason why Dongfang Naganori created this move was because he had led Dongfang tribe alone and forcefully rose to power. The main tribe did not have many Gu Immortals to help them. Dongfang Naganori often had to fight one against many. However, after Dongfang Naganori created this move, he was no longer afraid of group attacks. This situation is what Dongfang Naganori wants to see the most. We have many people, but are not united. We are wary of each other. And we do not have many experts. I am the only one with rank 7 battle strength. If we really fight, we will become a hindrance to each other. Not only that, looking at the battle earlier, there seems to be a fire path Gu Immortal hiding his tracks. Free Scholar thought rapidly. Starlight specks appeared around him. They were clearly denser than others. Despite so many considerations, Free Scholar did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. I lost to Dongfang Naganori. This is the greatest humiliation of my life. Now that I am facing his inheritor, if I retreat, how can I face myself in the future? Even if the other side has a Gu Immortal hiding, we have many people, if I retreat without a fight, who in Northern Plains will respect me in the future. Chapter 801. After making up his mind, the Free Scholar's aura surged as he shouted, "Fight! The other party is just one person. If you are a coward, you can retreat by yourself." 5. WWW to 3WX. COM. Good, we will follow Lord. As expected of Lord Free Scholar, with you around, what can Dongfang Yuliang do? The demons cheered. The Free Scholar waved his sleeves as a killer move burst out, clearing the surrounding starlight and charging towards Dongfang Yuliang. "Come at me." Dongfang Yuliang did not fear the Free Scholar's rank 7 power. Instead of retreating, he went deep into the starlight. At once, starlight surged. It was like the sea of stars was surging. The waves were surging unceasingly. Dongfang Yuliang became the Lord of the Stars. He controlled countless starlight and created a grand star wave, fighting alone. This wave of slaughter caused the stars to flutter and light to scatter. Dongfang Yuliang was initially outnumbered and in imminent danger. But as time passed, the amount of starlight continued to increase, almost forming a lump. The starlight obscured their vision and interfered with their coordination. Star thoughts invaded their minds. The demonic path Gu Immortals made many mistakes. The more chaotic the battle, the more benefits Dongfang Yuliang had. The Immortals were injured many times. They gradually did not dare to cooperate and fought alone. This greatly reduced the pressure on Dongfang Yuliang. Only the Free Scholar was unstoppable and unstoppable. He was Dongfang Yuliang's greatest enemy. Dongfang Yuliang avoided his attacks and did not dare to fight him head-on. The Free Scholar was repeatedly obstructed by the demonic path Gu Immortals. He was furious. This Dongfang Yuliang is so slippery. He is so young, but he is even more crafty than Dongfang Naganori. He has no flaws. It is as if he had practiced this killer move since birth. Dongfang Yuliang's inheritance is actually so mystical. Not far away, Kenyang Laojun was also inwardly shocked by Hataru's power. He had been concealing his traces and healing his injuries quietly. His eyes darted around from time to time. He looked at Fang Yuan and the others at the edge of the battlefield. He vaguely guessed Fang Yuan's identity and waited for Fang Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He was not good at chasing. However, with the help of Hataru, the chances of capturing and killing Fang Yuan would increase greatly. But Fang Yuan did not move from the start to the end, watching with folded arms. This made old Lord Kenyang feel anxious. He had to endure patiently. Immortal killer move, Thousand Disintegration. The free scholar couldn't win after a long battle, so he finally used his trump card. Dongfang Yuliang chuckled. He was already prepared for this move. Dongfang Yuliang moved swiftly like a butterfly. He dodged the glare. But at this moment, Dongfang Yuliang's body suddenly stopped, and Dongfang Wanqiu's angry roar came from his body. "Old bastard, I'll die with you." Saying so, Dongfang Yuliang changed direction and charged towards the killer, move Thousand Disintegrations. This change was out of everyone's expectations. The power of Thousand Disintegrations was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Dongfang Yuliang charged head-on. This was simply suicide. At once, everyone was stunned and forgot to react. Even the free scholar was stunned as he watched Dongfang Yuliang collide with his killer move, Light of Thousand Disintegrations. It shone on Dongfang Yuliang's head and immediately melted Dongfang Yuliang's hair, then his skull. It went straight into his brain. At the moment of life and death, Kenyang Laojun roared. He could no longer heal his injuries and showed himself. He saved him. He attacked with one hand and defended with the other. The flames surged, setting off torrential heat waves that rushed toward the unfettered scholar. Facing a rank 7 expert, the free scholar had no choice but to deal with it. He was distracted. Kenyang Laojun used this chance to pull Dongfang Yuliang back. Dongfang Yuliang's skull had just been penetrated. His brain was almost severely injured. At this moment, countless star thoughts gushed out like a fountain from the hole in the skull. After being saved by Kenyang Laojun, Dongfang Yuliang's expression calmed down. Dongfang Naganori's soul had regained control of his body. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fear on his face. If he had been slightly slower, Dongfang Yuliang's entire brain would have been melted. Dongfang Naganori could be said to have taken a trip to the gates of hell, his life hanging by a thread. Without Kenyang Laojun, he would have died again. "What are you doing?" Kenyang Laojun saved Dongfang Naganori. He pulled him back while shouting in the latter's ears, his heart still palpitating. Regarding the possession method, Dongfang Naganori had only taught him half of it. The other half, which was the final crucial step, was kept in Dongfang Naganori's hands. Thus, Kenyang Laojun was not willing to see Dongfang Naganori die. Dongfang Naganori had purposely held back. He had schemed against Kenyang Laojun. It was effective now. But even though his life was saved, Dongfang Naganori's expression was ashen. It was quite unsightly. This was because he had gone through a mortal ascension in a hurry. He had forcefully endured the lightning tribulation. As it turned out, Dongfang Naganori had deceived the 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals, allowing the phantom formation to draw out 8 immortal aperture origin cores. But these origin cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals. They could not be directly poured into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Thus, Dongfang Naganori turned these origin cores into a blood veil through the effect of sutra blood, immortal Gu. He then used the offensive firepower of the demonic path Gu immortals to forge it, treating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals in the origin cores as impurities and getting rid of them. After this process, Dongfang Naganori would inject pure, immortal aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body. There would be no side effects. But the calamities and tribulations were too terrifying. They far surpassed Dongfang Naganori's expectations. In the end, a dangerous situation occurred. At the crucial moment of life and death, Dongfang Naganori had to skip the blood veil forging step. He extracted the 8 Gu Immortals' immortal aperture origin cores and poured them into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Even though he had survived the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, but the newly formed immortal aperture contained the wills of the 8 Gu Immortals. It was filled with their auras. The bodies and souls of these 8 Gu Immortals had already been destroyed in the earth-shattering explosion. But they were betrayed. Their hatred towards Dongfang Naganori was preserved through their wills and auras. Dongfang Naganori used all his concentration to fight against Free Scholar, but in a moment of carelessness, the hidden danger erupted, and he suffered an intense backlash. Dongfang Naganori had expected this, but when the backlash erupted, he realized that his estimation was too optimistic. The wills accumulated in the immortal aperture were too strong. It far exceeded his estimation. Thus, the backlash occurred. He almost died under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Naganori sighed. He was about to explain to Kenyang Laojun. Suddenly, his face distorted, showing a malevolent and hateful expression. Kenyang Laojun was alarmed. He quickly let go and retreated. At the next moment, Dongfang Yuliang used a ruthless killer move, attacking his benefactor, Kenyang Laojun. Fortunately, Kenyang Laojun was vigilant. Dongfang Yuliang's attack missed. Old scoundrel Changfan, you are shameless and selfish, scheming against your own Gu Immortal's life so that you can possess a body to revive. Dongfang Yuliang roared, but his tone was different from before. It sounded like Dongfang Yikong. Such a shocking change caused everyone to scratch their heads in confusion. Free Scholar's eyes shined with brilliance. He attacked again. He reacted in time this time, taking the initiative to attack. The killer move 1,000 disintegrations erupted again, shooting towards Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Naganori controlled his body again. He narrowly avoided the killer move 1,000 disintegrations. However, good times did not last. Soon, another Dongfang tribe Gu Immortals will forcefully appeared and controlled his body. While shouting, he took the initiative to seek death. Kenyang Laojun had no choice but to attack again, saving Dongfang Naganori from his predicament. The battle situation changed again. Originally, tides were rising and falling. Hataru, which had an orderly offense and defense, was now in chaos. The demonic path Gu Immortals felt less pressure. They attacked Dongfang, Yuliang one after another. Among them, Free Scholar posed the greatest threat. Rampaging in the sea of starlight, 1,000 disintegrations, was unstoppable, sweeping everything in its path. But Dongfang Naganori had Kenyang Laojun's protection. The latter was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sect. He had deep foundations, and his immortal killer move life, chasing fire, was rather troublesome, blocking Free Scholar. Dongfang Yuliang was sometimes counterattacked by some Dongfang tribe Gu Immortals will. He would take the initiative to think, attack Kenyang Laojun, or even commit suicide. Sometimes he would be controlled by Dongfang Naganori again to fight against the demonic path Gu Immortals, trying to salvage the situation. But this battle unavoidably turned into a chaotic battle. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yuliang. What is going on? Fairy Li Shan and the other two were standing at the edge of the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, they were confused. The situation had changed strangely. It was out of their expectations. It seems that Dongfang Naganori sacrificed his clan's Gu Immortal to possess Dongfang Yuliang, but he did not succeed. This old thing is really scheming. He Lulan sneered. No matter who Dongfang Yuliang is, the Fire Path Gu Immortal beside him is not from Northern Plains. He is a Gu Immortal expert from Central Continent's Crane Gate. His name is Kenyang Laojun. After the battle earlier, he might already be suspicious of me. Feng Yuan exposed Kenyang Laojuan's identity and transmitted secretly. What? This is troublesome. He Lulan frowned deeply. She and Feng Yuan were in the same boat. They shared both honor and disgrace. If Feng Yuan was exposed, she would be in grave danger. What do we do now? Do we have to silence him? Fairy Li Shan was restless. No, he is only suspicious as long as I do not expose myself. He cannot deduce my central continent identity. The battle is very chaotic now. If we interfere, we might not be able to escape. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori is a schemer, Hataru is strong. Even if we attack, to conceal our identities, we will not dare to use our full strength. Moreover, Kenyang Laojun is an expert among rank 7s. He cannot be humiliated. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he transmitted to the two girls. He had the intention to retreat long ago. Even though the situation was chaotic, with their current situation, they could not attack freely. Even if they could display their full strength, the three of them together would not be strong enough to intimidate the entire battlefield and control their lives. You mean we should retreat? He Lulan was not willing. The chaotic battle was still an opportunity for her. She was determined to take revenge, but He Chung was strong, and she had lost immortal Gu self-strength. Her battle strength had fallen. If she did not use these opportunities to raise her strength, when would she be able to take revenge? Feng Yuan smiled. I mean, we should retreat and advance. Did you notice that in this short period of time, Dongfang Yuliang has already lost control over 10 times, but in truth, there are only 8 Gu immortals wills causing trouble. You are saying? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan understood what he meant. Their eyes shined with dazzling light. That's right. How many Gu immortals does Dongfang tribe have? Even if they have some hidden strength, Dongfang tribe's headquarters is still the weakest in history. Think about it. That is the accumulation of a super force. Feng Yuan spoke slowly, but his words made He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's hearts burn with passion.